Blog Talk Radio.
So the Most High is going to stop the flowing of the people going into that country. Read.
Jeremiah chapter 51, the end of verse 44. Yea, the wall of Babylon shall fall. Verse 45. My people, go ye out of the midst.
Hold up, read that again.
My people, go ye out of the midst.
I think within this chapter, he said flee and get out of her around 3-4 times. Right? Read.
My people, go ye out of the midst of her, and deliver ye every man his soul from the fierce anger of the Most High AHAYAH. And let your heart faint, and ye fear for the rumor that shall be heard in the land. A rumor shall both come 1 year, and after that in another year shall come a rumor. And
wars and rumors of wars. You're hearing about it, and because it's not happening, you think it's not going to happen. Read.
Verse 46, end of verse 46. And violence in the land, ruler against ruler. Verse 47. Therefore, behold, the days come that I will do judgment upon the graven images of Babylon, and her whole land shall be confounded, and all her slain shall fall in the midst of her. Then the heaven and the earth, and all that is therein, shall sing for Babylon, for the spoiler shall come unto her from the north, saith the Most High AHAYAH. As Babylon hath caused the slain of Israel to fall, so as Babylon shall fall the slain of all the earth. Ye that have escaped the sword, go away, stand not still. Remember the Most High AHAYAH afar off, and let Jerusalem come into your mind.
Listen to this clear. Ye that have escaped the sword, that means you escape the destruction that's coming to Babylon, go away and stand not still. So when you leave, remember the power or the God, AHAYAH, afar off, and let Jerusalem come into your mind. That's looking forward, not looking back. Now let Jerusalem come into your mind. She's finished. Right? Read.
Verse 51. We are confounded because we have heard reproach. Shame has covered our faces, for strangers are coming to the sanctuary of the Lord's house.
Strangers have destroyed us. Strangers have destroyed our sanctuary, our belief. They destroyed our understanding so that we cannot connect to our God. They've given us their gods. Baal, Satan, the dragon, Moloch. These are the gods we've been worshiping ignorantly. Jesus, Zeus. Okay, we ain't know nobody named Jesus. Total madness. And then when we wake up and understand these things, we say, well, hold up. I'm a stranger here. You dragged me here. And the Most High starts reviving us. They be like, okay, we have one who's the extremist. You're a terrorist. Read on.
Jeremiah chapter 51, verse 52. Wherefore, behold, the days come, saith the Most High AHAYAH, that I will do judgment upon her graven images.
He's going to destroy all your images and your idols. And man, if you even look at Washington, D.C., it's idol after idol, monuments of idols, obelisks, which is man's personal member. That's what an obelisk is. What's that, the Washington Monument? Idols every place. 5-pointed stars every place. But what if some did not believe? So what if you don't believe what we're teaching you? Paul asked, so what if some did not believe? Shall your unbelief make the faith of God without effect? You mean the Most High is going to stop his own program because you don't believe them? No, you're dead. That's what you are. Okay, his program was before us, and it will be well after us. And that's for the people that's walking out there. There's wars all the time. There've always been these situations. Every few years this happens. Nothing is going to change. That's a dead man.
All right. That's right.
The East is where we're from. The 12 tribes of Israel. In 721 BC, the Assyrian king, he took us down, we fell. With a great escape we went through the Euphrates. The Lord held the water still. To a land where no mankind dwelt, we went. The 12 tribes of Israel. So we be Manasseh, the Cubans, Ephraim, from Puerto Rico, and Valley from the Isles of Hawaii. The Lord is calling back Israel. From Panama, the North American Indian.
Come on. Praise the Most High.
AHAYAH's gathering Israel.
The Arabs and Africans told us
to gather our wives and children and souls. In the belly of these great ships we traveled here. By the rivers of Babylon we found our brothers here. AHAYAH gatherer in Colombia, Reuben from Australia, Issachar, the Mexicans, from the power on high, Benjamin the West Indians, Levi, the Haitians, AHAYAH's gathering in Israel.
That's right, the Most High's gathering Israel. Come on. In Colombia, Reuben from Australia,
Issachar, the Mexicans.
that's who we be.
Judah, the Negroes, Benjamin the West Indians.
Come on.
Levi, the Haitians. Manasseh, the Cubans.
Yeah.
From Puerto Rico, and Valley from the Isles of Hawaii. The Lord is calling back Israel. From Panama, the North American Indians, Simeon, the Dominicans. AHAYAH's gathering Israel.
That's right, brothers and sisters. The Most High is gathering Israel. I'm Elder Ricard Shiar along with Elder Lawyer. He's on standby, Elder Uraq. And of course, we have you all for our weekly broadcast. There's a lot we would like to go over this evening. Please hit the like button so that the traffic can be driven this way this evening, because we have a very important broadcast. You see the title? I'm going to give it a minute. We have to get those likes up so that we can get people up in here. The Satanic attack on our children. Okay, this is segueing all the way into where we're going this Sunday with the Academy and beyond with a lesson that I'm going to talk about for the next Academy, since we're actually coming on to our last week of this Academy, the Hebrew and Bible Academy. This is week 12 this Sunday, which means it's open enrollments and you don't want to miss what's coming. And I'm going to be talking about that in a few moments. I see we have how many people in the house right now. Y'all doing a great job. Let's see. Because I don't want to have to repeat myself, brothers and sisters. That's the only way we can make sure we maximize. Oh, y'all doing a great job. We can maximize our broadcast. We up to 1,000. I'm going to wait till we get up to about 1,500 to 2,000. And I'm diving right in. And you know what we're going to touch on this evening. I'm just going to give you a little tidbit, right? Oh, there he is. Little Nas X. Why did they have him on Sesame Street? And what does this mean for our children? Little Nas X. Can't tell me nothing, and all the other stuff he's talking about, and good old country, whatever. I mean, they really promoted this guy. And I want to talk about this evening. Okay, hide your kids, hide your wife. Okay? Because it's going to be on tonight. All right? I'm going to tell you that right now. Okay? So we're going to put them to the side. And, this is the stuff. This is the, this is rated for children right here on this one. But hold tight. All right. Nah, folks, this was an agenda. They had this thing set up for a long time. What you're seeing now was the end game when the world was ready to receive it. Okay, that was the end game. But here, this is where it started. To show you the demographic they would target with what's out now. Whoa. But I'm going to tuck that to the side real quick. You're doing a great job. What I'm going to do, I'm going to play one more song. And then after that, we going in. I'm going to play one more song. Oh yeah, and let me talk about this real quick. Brothers and sisters, we have people out there. Okay, I want to talk about it. Probably didn't know and uploaded one of the songs we have with Music with a Purpose, which is actually copyrighted music material. Okay, so yes, the Bible says thou shalt not covet, thou shalt not steal. Okay, and I know some people uploaded it, probably didn't know any better, but I'm giving the brother some opportunity, or sister, whoever uploaded one of the songs that are on the project without permission. At least give the respect to ask before you upload someone's private material. What we're going to ask this person to do, if you're here or you hear about it, one of our songs was put on YouTube. It was Brotherly Love. I'm going to let the brother know, because what I don't want, because it is copywritten, is to actually send a copyright warning through YouTube, because they may take the brother or sister page. And that's not the intent. I don't want that to happen. You understand? But there must be some level of respect one for another before, when it comes to someone's property, that you cordially ask before uploading. Okay, when it comes to our personal material. And I also want to say this, okay, because, and I'm also diving into the calendar right now. I'm gonna dive into the calendar right quick, because we have a lot of information that we're going to go into this Sunday in the Academy. I'm going to talk about it. But even how it was diagrammed and put together, and the days and all that. Yes, the Most High gave it to Moses. We're revealing it to you all. But, we have people out there with great ideas and putting things together. But at least, when you're using ideas that come from someone else, it's only respectful to give an accommodation. Okay, to at least say, well, okay, thanks. The Gathering of Christ Church, the brothers, for putting this together. Boom, 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 boom. This is why when it comes to books, products, whatever the case is, you would have accommodation pages. Also references, so that people will know that the inspiration for a work, who inspired that, who helped. And we have to learn this more so as a people. Okay, and this is the importance that the Most High gives when it comes to the law. The Lord gave order. The law give us order, boundaries, and through that boundaries come respect. Okay, it's about respecting everyone's gift, one with another. Okay, it's nothing to say that everything belongs to me or everything belongs. No, but if the Most High inspired you with something, okay, that's His gift through you, and I don't have the right to violate or take that. And if I take an idea from that, or whatever the case is, like you see many days, if I get information, whatever the case is, I give accommodation. I say, well, listen, this is where I got this information from. Here's the sources or whatever. Okay. So again, when it comes to what the Most High have given people privately, keep in mind, the laws still apply. Thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not covet. At least have the courtesy to ask. Okay, and that's kingdom people. All right, have the courtesy to ask. All right, I wanted to put that out there. So the brothers just who put it up there, you know, are probably going to just go there later, leave a message on their page and say, listen, this is private property. Please take it down and ask respectfully if you can do this. Got my picture there and a song there. I'm like, what is this? All right. So it's a shame that we have to tell our own people this, but that's the world we live in today. All right. So, and when it came to the calendar, a lot of the ideas, I'm seeing some of the great ideas, people are putting together certain things, but I'm looking at it and it's transitioning with the calendar. I'm like, well, hold up. I mean, good. Why didn't you ask, or at least give what? The courtesy, and let everyone know, or boom, 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 whatever the case is. All right. So, because a lot of work went into that, and I'm putting that out there too. At least ask and courtesy. Okay. Now, that's a respectful thing to do. I don't believe, I'm not going to, the Bible says to the pure, all things are pure. I'm not going to initially believe that there were any ill intent, okay, on anyone's part. But it's, if we don't take a stance, okay, and set boundaries for each other, then what is all this for? All right. And we this is what God gave us the law for. So we'll understand our boundaries. We look at those 10 commandments. Those are boundaries. We read them and say, okay, these are the areas we can't step over, or will be violating not just our brother or sister, but our God. Okay. All right. Okay. We're looking good. We're looking good. Y'all looking good. Y'all doing a great job. Y'all doing a great job. So I'm going to play one more song and then we're jumping right in. We're jumping right in. One more song. One more song. I'm at a fork in the road. I'm at a fork in the road. One more again, and then we're going in. Which way do I go? Let's go it. Let's go. One more again.
Hey. Oh. Yeah. I was on my way, felt the presence of your son every day. Every day, I let go of your hand, and now I feel a change. Close the door, fall to my knees, and I began to pray. Oh, help me, the cares of the world.
The cares of the world.
Slowly pulling me
away.
Now I hear a voice call me to the light. Still in the heart, so I'll discern wrong from right. I'm at the fork in the road. Which way should I go? Help me find, come save me. My fell on the floor, to the Lord, and I can't believe what I saw. I saw me, sending willfully.
I won't break your law no more. Send your son. Open back to us, children of Israel.
Oh Father, please forgive me. I hear a voice calling me to the light. In a heart,
Come on.
I know
Wrong from right.
I'm at a fork in the road. Which way should I go?
Come on.
Help me find,
Some save me.
oh, how
shine down on me. I'm one of your sons of Jacob. Lord, I believe. Please bring me to the light. That's right. Wrong. Help me fight, come save me. Come save me. Save the children of Israel. The husband, the wife, and the children. Come on. Lord, which way should I go? Help me fight, come save me. Save our people. We're in peril. We're in prayer. And it's about these children.
Come save me.
Come save the children of Israel. That's right. That's right. That's right. Jumping right in. Come save us. Come save us. And don't worry about it. That will be on the next project. But let me talk about something real quick. We're in week 12 of the Hebrew and Bible Academy. Right? Let me see here. Where's Elder Lawyer at? Elder Lawyer, you with me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Live and direct.
I want to thank you, brother. Week 12 of the Hebrew and Bible Academy. We have so many people working in the background to make it what it is. We thank all those who are involved, the administration, working things. And there's one thing in particular, Elder Lawyer. This week we're going into what? The secrets of the times, right?
Absolutely.
The secrets of the time revised. An updated breakdown on the secrets of the times. And what we're going to do is to show brothers and sisters that the holy days were established before Moses. Why Moses established the holy days? It was based on the events that led to Noah going on the ark. Why the holy days were instilled through Moses, as far as Passover, first fruit, trumpet, and all that is prophetic, leading to what? Christ is coming. So we're going to go into that timestamp and break it down. And it's really, what we're going to do is we're going to break down that calendar. But we're going to break it down on steroids. Right? Because a lot of brothers and sisters, they know to follow the Sabbath, right? But they don't realize the Sabbath is an annual Sabbath too. How it flawlessly flow from one year to the next, 52 weeks. And holy days are prophetically in between for time to come. So we're getting on code with the Most High through the holy days. So we'll be in the right place upon what? Upon Christ's coming. Every part of the holy days, everything breaking down the holy days are prophetic. Passover. Okay. Christ being the Passover, the sacrifice. The last trump. How would you know what the last trump is if you don't know what? The memorial feast of the trumpets. So all of these are timelines leading to a prophetic saving of the children of Israel. Hence, salvation.
That's right.
That's right. We just got in a whole new batch of calendars that get you on the right time according to what? The Bible. Daniel 7:25 say that the fourth beast, the Romans would think to change times and laws. Well, guess what? We have it right here. All the right days the intercalary breakdown of the calendar and how to actually understand it and use it as a tool to be in the right place spiritually and the right time according to God. Okay, so here it is. There you go. They just came in a whole new bunch. Why? At the Passover, lawyer, it seemed as if they just snatched everything up a day before the Passover. We have what you call the GOCC network. Well, before the Holy Day comes in, we network like family with each other based on the gifts, talents, merchandise, whatever the case is, whatever you're bringing, we're finding out what you're bringing for the nation, knowing that will transcend into what? The kingdom. So how we interact with each other, even through commerce and helping one another, guess what? We're rehearsing the righteous acts and learning to be self-sufficient. So before the Holy Day comes in, Friday night, what we do, before Friday night comes in, that whole Friday, we're getting to know each other, GOCC network. And it so happens that we almost sold out all of the calendars to a degree where if people would have ordered, it would have been totally out. Praise the Most High. So we just got a whole new influx of calendars in. And if you want to understand the times, hey, I'm breaking it down this Sunday, the secrets of the times. And I may add that as a regular lesson in the academy, because what I want to do, especially for our newer brothers and sisters, lawyer, what I want to do is to show them the culture and the laws according to Christ. Right? So if I break down the secrets of the times and break down the laws, which is what? The holy days, the do's and don'ts, whatever the case is, the same time, right? We can also teach the culture of Israelites according to Christ, because there's so much confusion out there, right? You got people, one Israelite group is saying we should follow this. Another Israelite group saying we should follow that. Another Israelite group say, well, you're not supposed to eat this, or you're supposed to eat that, or we're supposed to do it on this day and not that day. And to some degree, people come out of the confusion or the Babylonian religion, lawyer, Christianity, and they find the truth of themselves. And as Israelites, become even more confused. Right?
That's right.
Because you have one person say, well, this is off, or that's off, or that's off. You understand? And our people, living from really a blank canvas, so to speak, it gets confusing. So what we'll do is we'll break down the laws, holy days, what days, how to follow them with your family, all of that. Okay. Even if you're not with a congregation, how do you keep the holy day? Okay. Solemn with you in the Most High. Well, I'm going to be breaking that down in the next academy also. But hey, make sure you get your calendar. All right. Let me put that out there real quick. Let's see. Yeah. Let me do it here. As you can see, order now. Go to gatheringofchrist.org. We are excited to offer you another year of the 2021 GOCC Hebrew calendar, and which lists the Gregorian and Hebrew months, which means you may see a day for your calendar schedule, but how do you know when the holidays fall into that same calendar? Well, that's the work we have done. All praises be to the Most High, and presented it to you all. So you don't have to stay and look at the moon and do all these other things. It's all in here. Okay? It's all in here, brothers and sisters. Right? Gatheringofchrist.org. And as you can see, boom, right there. It gives you the original calendar that the Most High gave us before the flood. This information was given to our forefathers before the flood. As you can see, Jubilees, Enoch, 2nd Ezra's. It breaks it down. Feast of Unleavened Bread. And even after, people don't throw these calendars away. Even afterwards, the nice pictures that you can actually hang up, inspirational pictures hanging up in your home. All right. So one other thing I wanted to talk about, Elder Lawyer, real quick. Real quick. Because we just went into the judgment of the gods this Sunday, right? And in the midst of it, it's one thing that I didn't mention that most people have a question on, right? So I'm going to give people some tidbits before I give the announcements for the whole academy and what ideas, what lessons we've created for the next one, okay? We went into the judgment of the gods and how when you look in the Old Testament, it goes into the gods that were judged. But under the Sumerian religion, it's more so sensationalized as a good thing. The fallen angels, the Anunnaki coming down and doing certain things. So what we did was we showed you that what you see in the Sumerian text and the Sumerian archaeology was in fact the fallen gods that the Bible highlights, right? But it's one thing in particular I said I wanted to break down, because you have those who's in Egyptology, those who deal with Egyptology, and usually in the black segment of America, where they go back and go into ancient Babylonian religions and don't realize its origin, who try to glorify some of the actions that were learned, which our God, the God of the Bible, was against. And that's really the friction when people say, well, the Bible is tampered with, we don't deal with the Bible. They don't realize they're being led by gods to do what? To turn their back on the Almighty, and to do what? They don't know spiritually. They're being taught to reject their own salvation, right? But I digress. There's some actions that I said that I would talk about outside of cosmology. I said that brothers and sisters don't even know the origin of when you see people, Elder Lawyer, pouring libations for the dead, right? I believe that became something famous, during the advent or the popularity of rap music. You would see "This is for my homies," and they would pour. I remember growing up in the 2000s, and that was regular. You would see it where rappers and all that are pouring out drinks for their homies. And you have others out there pouring libations and all that, and don't even realize what it is. Well, when you go into the Sumerian breakdown of Sumerian religions, it talks about the afterlife. The afterlife are where the fallen gods are bound. Now, we go into that in full detail to prove the Bible highlights this. And actually, what you see in the Sumerian religion, it actually confirms that what the Bible taught was right. What it teaches is right, that we're not alone. But I'll leave it there until the next academy. One thing in particular, real quick, right, that I wanted to show is when you go into the breakdown of the Sumerian religion, right? If you go down here to afterlife, I need y'all to check this out, folks. Afterlife. The Sumerian afterlife was a dark, dreary cavern located deep below the ground, where inhabitants were believed to continue a shadowy version of life on earth. This bleak domain was known as Ker, and was believed to be ruled by the goddess Ereshkigal. All souls went to the same afterlife. Now, hence, this lets us know why Christ had to go into hell to take the keys. All right. Why? Because when Adam fell, he lost power within this earth, and it was given over to the fallen ones, mainly Satan. Remember that, right? So listen to this. It says all souls went to the same afterlife, and a person's actions during life had no effect on how the person would be treated in the world to come, as they claim. The souls in Ker were believed to eat nothing but dry dust, and family members of the deceased would ritually pour libations into the dead person's grave through a clay pipe thereby allowing the dead to drink. So if you want to know the origin of libations under the Sumerian religion, which is the Babylonian religion, it's really feeding the disobedient spirits, nourishing the fallen gods. So when someone claimed they pour in libations for their ancestors, no, they're not our ancestors, okay? These are fallen beings who are what? Who are in the state of hell until judgment. And that's what we broke down in detail, those gods. What you see, a lot of the symbolisms you see, Nike and all these other things, these are really gods that are stored in the earth until judgment. And this is why those who follow those ideologies hate the Bible. They hate God. See? So I wanted to pour that out there because a lot of people don't even, they thought it was a term like more so, you know, an endearment in respect of the dead. A lot of our people, some that does this, don't even know what it is. But it was pouring water into the ground. And what the Sumerians thought that if you prayed, the magic would take the water through a pipe and actually nourish your ancestor in hell. In hell. Okay? So a lot of y'all didn't know that. And it's above me how Christians do these things, not realizing that you're nourishing, according to their ideology, the evil ones. All right. I wanted to put that out there real quick, but folks, that was just a touch of some of what we go into in the academy as far as breaking things down and giving you the understanding of where it comes from. But who are those guys? The goddess that they show through Starbucks. Who's the god Nike? Who's that god? And were they real? Are they identified in the Bible? Hey, we're going to be going into that, and we're going to be going into breaking down the races of people in the earth. Who are they, and what is the prophecy, not just for the so-called white man, but for the earth? The judgment of the Gentiles, highlighted on the next level, will be taught in the next academy. So let me also give you, I'm about to go in. All right, I have to make this announcement since we're week 12 of the academy here. Okay, lawyer, then I'm gonna dive in. Okay, I think we're at 7:15. We're good. Brothers and sisters, we have just 3 weeks to spring forward with the Hebrew and Bible Academy that starts on Sunday, April 18th. Be there. We will have brand new in-depth lessons that have never been taught before. On what? Portals. The gates between heaven and earth. How do angels travel? And do we have guardian angels? We're going into that next academy. Also, portals, the gates of heaven to earth. Number 1. Number 2, marriage and family. And I'm going to really set the stage for that today with this particular topic today, this evening. Marriage and family. Can it survive? And check this out. We're breaking down, instead of the 4 beasts of Daniel, we're going into the 70 weeks of Daniel. Breaking down the full 70 weeks prophetically. And where are we according to that prophecy? We're near the very end, the tippy end. So I need to really go into that. And usually when the Most High give us understanding, we break it down on the school level first in the academy. And then later on, we may, then we go into it prophetically and start teaching it on the streets and talk to the other people out there. But this is scholarly understanding that you can totally understand. It doesn't matter if you went to school. It doesn't matter. You don't have to be a theologian to understand this book, because this book is your book. The Most High have given us the understanding to break it down and to actually put things into lessons broken down that's sent to your email. You understand, a lot of work goes behind getting these lessons together. They don't just pop up. Okay, so we put the resources together, the precepts together for you, and you have it right there waiting in your email address. The 70 weeks of Daniel. Come to school. And we have a lesson, the book of Revelation, how it all ends according to prophecy. Now, I dropped a little in our Sabbath lesson when it comes to, yes, there will be portals that will be grabbed through in certain areas, okay? And that cannot be denied, okay? But that still doesn't change the fact that if you are a citizen in a country, you should have the identification that's needed to be able to transition one place to the next. Even though we know in certain areas, the Most High will pull us through portals. It still doesn't change. Paul was what? An American. He was a Roman citizen, which means he had his credentials. So when he went to one city, he was able to show his credentials and it would get him through. So the same thing. We're not going to get this stuff injected. We're not dealing with none of that crap, but we're going to get all the credentials we need. So when we're persecuted in one city, flee in the next. Okay, so we're going to be going into more of that. Okay, now, the book of Revelation, how it all ends, plus updated lessons with myself and Elder Lawyer, groundbreaking news from Brother Shapat. And the news was crazy this Sunday. And we're going to be inviting in some professionals, well, some guests in the academy. We're going to get some nurses, some other people who are out there blowing the whistle. We're going to bring them in for 5 to 7 minutes to 10 minutes to give us some updates on what's going on in the healthcare field, what's going on in that field. So we're going to bring some components to it and play clips of what highly credentialed doctors and nurses are saying. Things that we cannot say here, we have to do there. I mean, it's a blessing that we're here before you, because we almost, they almost struck one of our lessons we just did, just divulging some information, warning our people from the beast serum. Okay, so you can get a lot of that in the academy and more. And those who are in the academy, y'all can call in today and give us tell brothers and sisters what you've experienced there. We're going to open that up. Okay, now the enrollment is open. Listen to me clearly now. Okay, here's the dates. Our people are always working in the last minute, and then they get upset with me trying to call, whatever the case might be. All right. Enrollment is open until April 16th. They open now up until the 16th of April. Enroll today. Go to historytimes.org. You see that right there. historytimes.org to enroll. It's only 2 payments of $75. $75 for the first month, $75 for the second month, and then you got to worry about it. You paid up for the whole academy. You get the third month. It's that simple. 2 payments of $75. You get 3 months, 12 lessons. So get in. All right. If you have been in the academy before and will enroll again, this will be your first or if this will be your first academy, please call in with your comments or testimony about what you've experienced, because some people, they try to guess and try to quantify what it is. But when you get in it, then you realize, yeah, this is something different. So if you've been in the academy, if you have any questions, call in. We want to hear your input. Okay. Now, let's go in. We're right at the top. Okay. Go to historytimes.org. Be a part of the academy. All right. Where are we? Okay. We're looking good. Thank you, brothers and sisters. All right. Boom. We are looking good. We're at. Okay. We have 2,600 current viewers. Please hit the like button. Let's go into the lesson. And later on, right after, before we open up the calls, I'll bring in Elder Gabar. Elder Gabar, okay. Also, a lot of people ask me what's going on with Gaja. Gaja's fine. He's in Jamaica, and he'll be chiming in soon enough. Don't worry about it. He's doing fine. All right. Let's go in. Boom. The satanic attack on our children. Now that the evil powers has successfully separated the man and woman through countless agendas. That's right. Feminism and every other agenda. Incentivizing people not to have a man in the home. On and on and on and on and on. That was a calculated attack against family. And we as a people have been disproportionately affected. Out of all races of people, the children of Israel, especially black people, have been affected the worst. To a degree where it almost seems, on purpose. Now that the evil powers have successfully separated the man and woman through countless agendas, we're entering a new age where children are now open game to become citizens raised by the beast and for the beast. Through the sorcery of drugs, psych meds, they have tricked our parents into believing that children needed to be on psychotropics, psych meds, progressive sexual education. There's no coincidence the uptick of sexual education as they begin to teach that in the schools, claiming it was to warn children from sexually transmitted diseases. There's no coincidence the uptick of teaching sexual education led to more what? A higher rate of teenage birth in our communities. Introducing sex to our children. Right? It says, we're entering a new age where children are now open game to become citizens raised by the beast and for the beast. Through the sorcery of drugs, psych meds, progressive sexual education, and the immoral behavior taught through the entertainment industry, mark that. It seems that the Satanists and their agenda, the Satanist agendas have been stacked against our kids, against our children, against them. So, where is the Delhi defense for this onslaught? Is there? The attacks on men, women, and children is the world we live under today. An attack on man, what being a man, masculinity, there's an attack on it. Being a woman, it's an attack on it. They won't allow a woman to be a woman. They want women to operate in masculine roles. And that was all planned, knowing that there would be friction. Where you'd have two people with two separate sexes in the home, but yet their mentality are like this. Because one had been trained to operate in a masculine role. That was calculating. If they can get the man and woman fighting one against another, eventually what happens? What happens is the beasts get access to our children. We're going to talk about that this evening. We're going to talk about it. This was a calculated plan to get access to the children. Okay? They made it where the educational system was set up linear so that the women could progress, or the girls or the female could progress years beyond the man on purpose. Where they're thinking about things at an earlier age. When men don't mature until really about 30, 35, 40, men started getting together and realized, well, okay, let me get busy. And they made it so. They made it that way, where the woman would be more educated than the man, and it wouldn't be her fault. But by being so, by being more progressive or higher education or further along as far as this education, the world's education goes, there's certain things that she won't tolerate. From what? A lesser educated person. That sounds like what? The tree of good and evil, with her partaking first. And a lot of our women didn't really understand that concept. That's why now, understanding it, it's not to blame one another. It's to say, well, listen, my education and what they've taught me have progressed me beyond the age of the men I would run into. It doesn't mean that they're lesser men. It means that we must have patience, and the man catches up, and we help him catch up and not judge him at that substandard state. Because what happens? He grows into his own, and then the woman who did everything regret that they didn't wait for that guy. Sometimes we come down on the brother because, he didn't get it yet. And that's understandably so. But that's where the patience come in. And what should a woman expect from a man? Good question. With food, shelter, and raiment, Christ said, be therewith content. If this man, he may not have the glitz and glitter, he may not have you living in big and the lap of luxury, but if he's trying the best he can, and you have food, shelter, and raiment, and he's loyal, he fears God, we can appreciate where he is and not force him into something else where there's friction. Okay? We have to wait. We have to work with our men because because believe it or not, sooner or later, the light comes on. So sometimes our sisters, they're raised progressively, and they're raised, ahead of the young boys and the young men. And what happens is they put all these expectations on younger men who aren't ready yet. But when the light comes on, we like, well, hold up. Where was that when I was asking you for that years ago? And you're giving all that to someone else. It's because what? We have to be patient like the Most High is patient with us. Okay? There's no excuse for men being lazy and not taking care of their business. I'm not talking about those segments. So we're going to move them off the table. I'm not talking about the segment of men who are no good. We know they exist. We're talking about men who, when the light comes on, you're going to wish you were patient with them, who are still trying the best they can to provide. And that's with brothers. Okay? Now, when it comes with sisters, brothers have to realize that our sisters have been progressed beyond our years. Initially, until we catch up. Understand that. It doesn't make you less than. Okay? But you have to be patient. Be patient with your wife, your significant other. Be patient with her and say, well, listen, let her know. Listen, regardless of what's going on in the world, you have an obligation to see the God in me and submit to that. Regardless of your education. Okay? Regardless of your expectations of me. Okay? My expectations have been laid out already with the Almighty. With food, shelter, and raiment, be therewith content. Now, if I'm coming short in those areas, okay, there's an issue there. But I'm not keeping up with the Joneses. Okay? I'm keeping up with the God of Israel. And if he progresses us together, all good. Okay? So it's a give and take. It's a give and take. And I wanted to talk about that this evening. But we're going to be going into more of that because it seems as if when you see what's out there in the sphere, that men and women are enemies. And that's not the case at all. I think, and I know for sure, we all want the best from each other. The enemy is causing the friction. It's calculating, just like what I'm going to go into when it comes to the children. It was all a mapped out plan to destroy family because family is the image of God, and it's the only image that can destroy these Sodom and Gomorrah agendas. Okay? I wanted to talk about that. But we're going to go more into it in the academy. Will family survive? Keep in mind, folks, and a lot of you don't understand this because we've been taught in America to work backward. Okay? Even in America, I mean, growing up in North Philadelphia, it was a thing called, a phrase called, or a statement that said, well, people hustle backwards. And I'm saying that because, brothers and sisters, You have to realize family is business. So we're hustling backwards. We think if we get a job, that's our business. And we take the money home for the family. No, that's a servant. That's a servant. When you look at some of the movies out there, perfect examples. Even the Bible gives us examples. But when you look at The Godfather and all these mafioso pictures, it's about the family business. The family is the business, not the other way around. Not the other way around. It's the expectations you first have that one would have within his family first. The goals you have there first. Transitions out of the home into the world. Not the other way around. Let me go get a job here while my family is suffering over here. While my family is it doesn't work like that. It's about taking care of the family business first. The family business is your home. That's the family business. That's how business began. When you look in the Bible, every family had a certain trade that sustained their future generations. If you had a family that was a caretaker or a farmer, whatever the case is, that was the family business. So we have to reprogram ourselves and say, well, what about the job here and the job there and get this and get that? When the plan should be a husband and wife, a man and a woman sitting down, charting the family business and saying that if we do have to work and get some money here and this here, it goes into this pot for what our plans are here. Here's the end goal according to God, so that we can have a family business and something to leave, a legacy for our children. That's real business. You getting a job, it's all good, but keep in mind, that's not business. That's servitude. And there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that, but understand, that's not business. The person who came up with the idea where you're serving, guess what? He has a family business. What's coming in is sustaining his legacy for him and his children, or her and her children. That's their business. And I'm saying that, I'm putting it out there because we've gotten this all wrong. You got brothers and sisters out there who think, well, I got to do this because I got to get a job. But yet, if our families are in tatters, what good is the money? If our children aren't protected and left to the state to be destroyed, what good was our job? What good was your job? And be like, oh my God, I worked my fingers to the bone. Where did I go wrong? Oh God, what happened to my son or daughter? Because you was dealing with their business and not God's, the family business. The family business. So it's charting those particular, what you would call benchmarks. Okay, and through those benchmarks, you're charting levels of success that starts in the home. And all of us, we've all made mistakes. We've all learned on the fly. That's what slavery does. But it doesn't give us a pass or an excuse to stay in a slave mentality. Okay. We can't say because my past, this is what it is. No, your past doesn't have nothing to do with the effects it's having on the children. A man and woman have your business is those children. Because if you don't get to them, I'm going to show you who will. God is going to show you who's already gotten to them. Okay. Elder Lawyer, before I go into anything, you have anything to say on that?
No, sir. Let's get into the show. I'm very interested to see what we have in store. So let's let's get it started.
Let's get it started. Thank you, Elder Lawyer. I have some of the articles that I can go into, but of course I have to save the articles that we can't talk about and still preserve a YouTube page. Number one. The DC Council passed a law to allow minors over age 11 to consent to vaccines. That's number one. Now, folks, this is the softball stuff I'm going over first. This is the softball stuff. So, children who are considered minors can be coerced in DC into getting something into their veins that if there's a side effect, the mother and father have to deal with. 9 times out of 10, if it causes a psychological issue, whatever the case is while you're at work, right? Automatically, they're going to say, well, your child is slow, something is wrong, something is going on in the home, when you're not even realizing that they gave your child something. They slipped the satanic Mickey in your child while you were at work. Right? You need to know these things, and how do we get in front of it? Here's another thing. This is from, divorce.net. What is this doing on divorce.net? Emancipation of a child in New Jersey. Learn about emancipating and how it affects child support obligations in New Jersey. What is emancipation? Emancipation is the legal act by which a child released from both the control and support of a parent. You can't make this stuff up. I've been all over the world. I've never seen anything like this in my life. Where a child can say, you know what, I want to divorce my parents. They took my cell phone. They're not allowing me to get smutted out and sent out of here. So, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say that my parents are bad because they don't want me to get the injection, and I'm going to divorce my parents. Emancipation is the legal act by which a child is released from both control and support of a parent, practically speaking. This means that the parent can no longer make decisions for the child, and the child is no longer entitled to financial support from the parent. Yeah, you can get a lawyer, sue your parents in divorce court, and divorce them. Okay? Did y'all know that exists? Right? There's more. There is more. Oh, lawyer. I hope you're ready, young man. I hope you are ready. Boom.
Yes, sir. I'm listening.
Oh, look at your screen. And what I have to say, brothers and sisters, if you have minors, well, it's okay because you may see. I don't know if it's okay, but we'll put some type of warning on this. I'll do that afterwards. But there's nothing that can actually give a strike or something because I know where the rules, I know where the lines are now when it comes to YouTube rules. Even though they change almost every day, I respect their lines. And to be on this platform, we must respect it. Oh, Little Nas X. Little Nas X, elder lawyer. Now, the bait and switch is that they got everyone talking about the satanic sneaker that he have to come and now try to claim, well, it's all a ruse. It was just a joke. I have to say this, that Nike, I have no association with that, whatever. Some publicity stunt. But folks, why am I putting here? Because everyone is pointing to Little Nas. And I'm not pointing to Little Nas, brothers and sisters. Something happened to this boy. Who is his parents? To a degree where the system can use him like this. What happened to him growing up? And how did he get access to Sesame Street? At the advent of them doing gay marriage and promoting LGBTQ at the same time. Why did they have this guy on Sesame Street? So it has more to do with what? His handlers, what happened to him coming up, than what we see now, because there's people working in the background, laughing and all that, knowing what they did to this boy. Where is the parents?
That's right.
So the agenda is one thing. But what I see here is what? I see a soul. A soul that was out there alone, with no parents, with no father, with talent. 9 times out of 10, if you go into his background, he was probably raised in a Christian church. But now, in his grown years, he seemed to have rebelled. And I think that's an understatement. He done went beyond rebellion. But what no one is talking about is what happened. What happens to a boy that shapes him to this degree? Lawyer, it's time.
Yes, sir.
It's time now.
All right. And before you go into it, if you don't mind, I'm just going to read a little bit here that they have on Wikipedia on his early life and education, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
All right. So it says here, Montero Lamar Hill was born in Lithia Springs, Georgia, a small city outside of Atlanta. On April 9th, 1999, he was named after the Mitsubishi Montero. His parents divorced when he was 6, and he settled in the Bankhead Courts housing projects with his mother and grandmother. 3 years later...
Hold up now. So he was raised without a father by his mother and grandmother in the projects. Great background. Go ahead, Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir. Now check this out. 3 years later, he moved in with his father, a gospel singer.
A what?
A gospel singer.
A gospel singer. So what's going on in the churches?
Mm-hmm.
And you know what goes on in those choirs, right? Read on.
Although initially reluctant to leave, he later regarded it as an important decision. There's so much stuff, I'm going to say the nice word, going on in Atlanta. If I would have stayed here, I would have fallen in with the wrong crowd. I'm going to jump down here because it makes mention...
Hold up. So he fell in with the right crowd? Somebody showed me. Listen, what's behind him right now, what I'm seeing on the screen? I mean, you can't get no more shadier crowd than what I'm seeing. I mean, what's behind him on the screen? What crowd did he said, I didn't want to get caught up into the wrong crowd. So what crowd did he find? We're going to show you in 1 second.
Yes,
but go on.
One last point. He spent much of his teenage years alone and turned to the internet, particularly Twitter, creating memes that showed his disarming wit and pop culture savvy. His teenage years also saw him struggling with his coming out to himself as being gay. He prayed that it was just a phase, but around 16 or 17, he came to accept it.
You see that? So lawyer, I'm going to ask you to fill in the blanks. What's conveniently missing from that particular Wiki page, or for that article that you've just read concerning his upbringing? What does it seem is conveniently omitted from that?
If you were to ask me, it seems that they omitted what happened that got him to that point when he was 16 or 17 and had to come to grips with something he was struggling with. They left out the fact that at some point something entered in, or someone came in and did something to him, which brought him to that point, if you would ask me.
Yeah, allegedly, but even when regular straight relations, there's activity that leads to you growing into your interests when it comes to a man or a woman. Usually it's a girlfriend growing up or something. Somebody came in and interest him towards the gay life. Before he was 16 or 17, obviously, something was going on with him being raised by women with no men involved. And by the time he linked in with his father, it was someone that was on the gospel choir. So the question I have, allegedly, I don't know who touched the boy. And if it happened, why aren't we highlighting that? Because we know what happens. I grew up in the Christian church. I grew up in the ghetto. And lawyer, let me ask you, why is it that this particular behavior, last question, seems taboo? As if we don't even talk about something that's rampant, not as rampant as the media is portraying, but it happens in our community, where little boys are dealt with in the churches with no pushback. Why is it that you think, Elder Lawyer, that it's like taboo, not to be talked about?
Again, if you were to ask me, I think that if you were to pull back the layers, you would find out that the people who are doing these things and performing these activities are some of the most influential, some of the most, I guess you would say that the people that the community would look to for either help financially or guidance spiritually, whatever the case may be. It seems to be that it's these particular people who, if you were to pull back the layers, would be behind it, and because of it, people tend to turn a blind eye. But again, that's just my personal opinion. Okay.
Well, without any further ado, oh, that's right. I hope y'all ready. I hope you are ready. We got over 3,000 people up in here. Oh, Lord, have mercy. The satanic attack on our children. Here we go. Here we go. Now that the evil powers have successfully separated the man and woman through countless agendas in our communities, we're entering a new age where children are now open game to become citizens raised by government, raised by the beast, can even divorce their parents, as was shown earlier. Raised by the beast and for the beast, through the sorcery of drugs, the promotion of it, psych meds pushed on our children in schools, progressive sexual education in schools, and the immoral behavior taught through the entertainment industry. It seems that the Satanists and their agendas are clearly stacked against us, God's people, the poor, and definitely stacked against our children. It's unfair to them, the world they must grow up in. Where is, and I want y'all to talk about that this evening, because obviously there was no defense for Little Nas X. Where is the deadly defense for our children against the onslaught? There's attacks on the men, the women, and the children. This is not about rights. This is an attack. How can we survive Sodom and Gomorrah? And what does God in the Bible warns in such times as these? Look at your screen. This is a shame. Look at your screen. That was a little boy raised in the projects by his grandmother and mother in Atlanta. Later, that's right, later given to his father to learn about God, and it was he was taken to church, obviously. And here it is, he comes down a pole into hell, lap dancing for Satan the Baphomet himself. If this is not a direct showing of emasculating and them outright saying that we have defeated the black man, if it's not saying that, I don't know what is. I don't know what is. Okay, and we're going to put parental guidance on this. Now, You should hear how they look to explain this off, brothers and sisters. You should see how they try to explain this off as him just expressing his artistic freedoms. When usually art imitates life. And I don't see nothing in life that would lead someone into believing it's okay for a young boy who once believed in Christ, who claimed he believed in Christ, to have a video doing what? Lap dancing in hell on the Baphomet. This is an introduction of Satan and a total emasculation of the black man. And there's no one out there calling this out for what it is. First you had Charlene Theron, that demon in Hollywood, walking down the street with two black boys she adopted. And now she claimed they're two little girls in transition. And now this. So, how are they explaining this off? They claiming that this is him.
Call Me By Your Name is.
Hold up here. Let me show you how they trying to explain this off. And I'm going to show you who they're using. One moment. One moment. One moment. So make sure no commercials are playing. Stick with me. Now, this is what I need y'all to see, folks. One second. Because who explaining this? Folks. See here. Let me move it so you can see it. You should see, folks, the smug look on this guy's face on ET Live as he's explaining off Nas using his artistic expression, which he should have the freedom to do so, just like Christians and others have the religious right to show forth their belief. This is how they explaining this on in it. But you should see the look on his face. This guy is salivating, laughing. This guy. He got this sister here. You would think that she would say, you know what? I'm appalled. I'm appalled at this representation of a black man when there's so many strong masculine men out there that represents who we are. That's what I would expect to hear from a sister. But let's see their commentary. Let's hear their commentary.
Little Nas X's new single, Montero, Call Me By Your Name, is off to a great start. The video has 32 million views on YouTube. It's raking up huge streaming numbers on Spotify, and it's #1 on iTunes.
Yeah, the video has got a lot of people talking, with Lil Nas grinding up against Satan. So as the video was released, he wrote, I spent my entire teenage years hating myself because of all the beat y'all preached would happen to me because I was gay. So hope you're mad, stay mad, feel the same anger you teach us to have towards ourselves. Here's a bit of the video.
Fair use. Okay, so when you go into about 104 in the video, let's go there. 104 in the video, let's go there. It's what? It's him next to the Baphomet. It's him next to the Baphomet. I thought this was about equal rights and having the right to choose and be able to marry who you like and not get bullied. I thought it was about not getting bullied, folks. That's what they told us. And we just went along with it. Yeah, they shouldn't get bullied. Is this the true agenda, what we're seeing here? Let's finish listening.
Yeah, so now in conjunction.
Hello, everyone. My name is Angie.
Okay, we're gonna take that out. We're gonna get this commercial out of the way because I really need to hear your opinions on this. And we got some Bible scriptures. Okay, let's go back. Fair use.
Junction with the song Little Nas X has collaborated with MSCHF Mischief on Satan's shoes, which reportedly contain a drop of human blood in each pair. The design was made using Nike Air Max 97s, but Nike has denied any involvement in them.
Yeah, so the video and shoes have really divided people. Rapper Joyner Lucas praised Lil Nas for getting people talking, but then tweeted, I think the biggest problem for me is the fact you don't understand Old Town Road is every kid's anthem. Children love him for that record. They tuned in and subscribed to his channels. So with no disclaimer, he just dropped some left fieldish and all our kids seen it, shake my head. Lil Nas replied, I literally sing about lean and adultery on Old Town Road. You decide to let your child listen, blame yourself. And Nick Young said his kids will never listen to Old Town Road again, which Lil Nas jokingly responded that they shouldn't be playing it now because we are streaming Call Me By Your Name now.
Yeah, Kansas Owens also mentioned him in a tweet that included George Floyd and Cardi B. Little Nas responded to her saying, you know you did something right when she talks about it. And then the governor of South Dakota slammed the shoes. So Little Nas said, you're a whole governor and you're on here tweeting about some damn shoes. Do your job.
And when conservative author Nick Adams said he nor Cardi B would last 30 seconds debating Candace Owens, Lil Nas responded, you can't last 30 seconds in bed with your wife. Okay, so yeah, tons of comments. Mimi says people are putting too much thought into this. It's just a song. You're supposed to enjoy music. Judges says, yes, that was everything. Love it. Andy says, Call Me By Your Name is fire. Conservatives feel threatened by anything that challenges their heteronormative life. This is art, an iconic video. Deontay says, horrible images trying to make gay look like devil worship. Shake my head. Vivian says, WTF. Klutz says, ew, I don't like it. Yeah, what are your thoughts on any of it?
Oh my goodness. Well, first of all, Little Nas X is 21. There's that one point of this. The second thing is, you know, I was initially touched when I read his quote prior to seeing the video because I want everyone to be liberated to be who they are authentically. And if he feels like he couldn't be himself for so long and now he feels like he can be himself, that is what I love to see. The video is not for me. It's more the devil part of it. But at the end of the day, it's the entertainment business. You know, we've seen artists pushing the envelope and doing things that are considered to be offensive time and time again, whether they do it are for artistic purposes or whether they do it to seek attention. At the end of the day, art is up for interpretation. Now, I don't feel like it's Little Nas's ex. I don't feel like it's his responsibility to worry about y'all's kids. Okay. Right. Would it be nice? Yes, of course. It would be nice for everybody to worry about y'all's kids, but we don't, okay? Considering he became successful off Old Town Road and, you know, that is a young demographic supporting him and they made him rich and successful. Yeah, I would love for him to care. Of course, that would be wonderful. But again...
Hold that. Lawyer, I definitely want your opinion on this. 1 second. I definitely want your opinion on this. And I'm, you know... It's deep how, I don't know if y'all noticed this, brothers and sisters, but you see how she excuses it and say, well, it's not her personal taste. But when really they're giving carte blanche to this. Let's finish here.
And he's not required to. He can do what he wants. It's your job as a parent to decide, you know, what your kids consume, in my opinion. I also didn't get the point of him saying Old Town Road was about lean, and I never got that. It isn't even, it's not clear. You know what I mean? Like this video is one thing and it's very direct. Old Town Road, it's like, it's up for interpretation. Like, I don't even know what we're talking about in the song. You know, it could be for anybody.
Right. Rocco says, guys, the video is being shown to children. How are you okay with this? This is not art. It's porn. Okay. Barnes says, I appreciate artistry. However, this is the first time I clutched my pearls. I was uncomfortable. And it's just not for me. Good visuals, though. Now, first off, I love the song. He's been teasing the song since last summer. He tweeted like a little bit of it. I love the song. I love its final release. So this song is absolute fire. When it comes to the video, when I first watched it, yeah, I loved the idea of him taking this idea that, you know, gay people are going to hell And so he's like, okay, I'm going to fully embrace that, see how you think. So to take that power away from people, that's what I think it makes people uncomfortable, is the fact that, oh, now we can't hold that over you. Now we can't say you're going to hell because you're kind of embracing that. And the other thing I thought too, watching this video, is that maybe things have changed now, but this used to be, you can weigh in this used to be what was expected of female pop stars in the music videos, to do these kind of dances. And so now we have a male doing that. I think that's what makes people uncomfortable too, that we've never seen a male artist do this to this extent. So I love that he's doing all this. The only thing I hope with Lil Nas X is, like, I love when he just has the like throwaway responses on Twitter, like it's not affecting him at all. I don't like him getting into the petty responses, like the one about you can't last 30 seconds with your wife. Those kind of petty responses, like, don't really further the cause in any kind of way. I think it just fuels the conservative, their power when he gives responses like this. So don't think those are necessary. And the only thing I hope with Lil Nas X, like, he's taking a lot on. Like, he is a trailblazer in every sense of the word. I just hope he has that support behind the scenes, because a lot is coming at him. And he's, like you said, he's only 21. And I love that he's doing all this stuff and he's willing to be out there. But this has to have an effect over time, that all of this energy is coming at you. So I hope he's able to get away from social media as well and just live his life. So I hope he has that support outside of the persona that he's building as well.
I love that perspective. I love the perspective of taking it back, taking that power away. I really, really like that. For me, I'm just not a fan of anytime I see the devil in music videos. And I think Madonna did something like that once, and it bothered me. And it's not like I'm not offended. It's just not for me. But I like that perspective, Graham. I just think that in terms of, like, the responsibility, people saying, kids are watching this, Little Nas X doesn't come with a rated PG warning, and it's for every song across the board that he puts out for the rest of his life. It doesn't work like that. It's entertainment. It really is your job to listen and pay attention to what your kids are consuming. And I know it's a lot of work, and I know parents already have so much on their plate, but it really isn't Little Nas X's responsibility at the end of the day. It would be nice, but it's not.
No, like any artist. Yeah, I never understand that idea that parents just let their kids listen to any kind of music and just don't monitor it in any kind of way. Like, they should be listening to kids pop versions of these pop songs. If you really want them to listen to pop songs, like, I didn't listen to any, like, grown-up artists till I was like 10 years old. I was still listening to, like, Sharon Lois and Bram and stuff like that. Like, I wasn't listening to pop music when I was in my single digits. So yeah, like, give them that music. They don't need to be listening to pop music. But yeah, if you're going to let them, then you need to monitor it. It's not up to artists to be a kid's or a children's artist all of a sudden. Like, it's just ridiculous for Jordan or Lucas to say that. It's just odd.
Oh, so it was odd for Lucas to say that, right? Well, this is what they're missing. It was like, well, parents won't let their child look at this. It shouldn't, this is art. He's grown, right? Well, I'm going to show you the calculated plan. This is what your children were looking at about 2.5 years ago. They had him on Sesame Street years ago. So it's too late to say, to censor your children from this guy. They introduced him initially knowing that they would go here. Now, what is this telling our next generation? That they would have to, what they would have to compromise or do to become famous. I know growing up singing and all that, what inspired me to want to sing. So they need to stop acting as if this stuff is just by chance, as if it isn't calculated. The last shoe to drop before the black family is utterly eradicated. And we need to talk about this. Don't try to claim, well, parents should have more responsibility over what their children watch. While the parents are at work, before the children can actually go to school, because I remember in kindergarten looking at Sesame Street. Even before pre-K kindergarten, I was looking at Sesame Street. So you can't say, well, it's the parents' responsibility to make sure this stuff is censored when he was introduced right up under their nose to Nas X on Sesame Street. This is high-level demonic forces going on, and it's prophetic because it was scripted out in the late 1800s by Albert Pike that at the very end they would introduce Lucifer from behind the curtain as their God, the God of this world. That through all of this, the confusion they've created in the earth by tearing people down, dividing people through lines, and the uptick of immorality and the disbelief in the Bible, that at this point, the whole earth would be ready to receive Lucifer as their God. Let's set it up now. Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir.
The floor is yours.
Well, I think the last statement you made, it says it all, especially when we're talking about the entertainment industry. I think for a long time, and I'm going to go as far as to say, even before the so-called hip-hop industry came about, but just dealing with hip-hop, because I'm assuming he is classified as a rap or a hip-hop artist or something along those lines. For a long time, there's been this flirting or this kind of dipping the toe in the swimming pool of two topics, okay, within the rap industry. And number one, homosexuality. Number two, Satanism. Now, some people may be asking, well, what do I mean? At the early stages of hip hop, we were told that it was about positivity, and to a degree it was. I'm not going to take away from that, but the people that are credited as the originators or the godfathers or those to be respected when we talk about the music industry, either dabbled or has made mention of or has made remarks alluding to them being an allegiance to Satan, or there have been allegations about homosexuality. Okay, it was just a few years ago, not too long ago, that we seen one of the quote unquote pioneers of hip hop have allegations brought out about him molesting children. And when it was brought out, people from his era were stating, well, the children thing, we didn't know about that. But as far as being, having the alternative lifestyle, yeah, we saw signs of that. Everyone kind of knew. It was an open secret. We knew this guy was a homosexual. I'm pretty sure you all know who I'm speaking about. So it was known from the beginning, and it was attested to by people of that era that one of the people that they celebrated and respected as one of the pioneers, dabbled in that lifestyle and went even further into alleged molestation. Okay, you move on down the line, you go to pushing towards more modern times. Okay, you had Snoop back on his album. Okay, Murder, the song "Murder Was the Case," when he's having a conversation about how he sold his soul to Satan. Okay, hip hop has been dabbling with this for a long time. Biggie Smalls, "When I die, I want to go to hell because I'm a piece of crap. It ain't hard to tell." Okay, all of this it's been evident. It's like you just mentioned that they've been pushing towards this thing for a long time. And I don't think people realize, I know we want to put all of the energy because he's an example of the end result of something that has been pushed and all the energy has been going towards this moment for a long time. Okay. Jay-Z, he had made his allusions to worshiping Satan and showing outright disrespect to the Most High. Okay. On and on and on. You've seen this all throughout the many different generations of hip hop, of dabbling with homosexuality and Satanism. And now Little Nas X, being one of the spiritual children, if you will, of the hip hop generations, he's just the culmination of everything that they've been pushing towards for a long time.
Yeah, but lawyer, this is another degree, because I've seen even coming up, there was a clear distinction between the music business as far as us growing in the urban areas with spiritual music, praying to the Most High in our music, praising Him. Even when it came to R&B, there was still a certain level of fundamental traditional values within our music. And we looked to the other side. We looked at these white punk rockers as these crazed Satan worshipers. And it was so foreign and so separated from anything that we would actually delve into. On stage, biting the head off of chickens and painting their face and all that. But it seems as if this is even, this has beat that by far. It's like they want this whole thing to be glorified. This satanic worship using men, specifically black men. And personally, we should be offended with that. There should be, where's the masculine voice? They don't even have men speaking on how this is going to affect the generations to come. And that leads me to where I'm going to go to in a second. But I'm looking in particular to that, for that Albert Pike's political quote. One moment. From Morals and Dogma. Huh? Nihilist. That's what it is. Okay. Hold on. It says right here in Morals and Dogma. Okay, let me show others. Let me share this with you all. For those who didn't know that existed, Albert Pike, 33-degree Mason, in the late 1800s made this quote. Let's see. It states, let's see. Let me get rid of that and let me blow it up so you all can see it. Bear with me. Hold on. I'll tell you what I do. One moment. I'm going to minimize me so you all can see it. It says right here, Albert Pike, this Satanist, it says, we shall unleash the nihilist and the atheist. These are they who hate God. And we shall provoke a great social cataclysm, which in all its horror will show clearly to all nations the effect of absolute atheism, the origins of savagery, and of most bloody turmoil. Listen to this. Then everyone, the people, will be forced to defend themselves against the world tyranny, against the world minority of the world, revolutionaries, and will exterminate the destroyers of civilization and the multitudes disillusioned with Christianity, whose spirits will be from the moment without direction. That's where we are. And leadership, and anxious for an ideal, but without knowledge where to send its adoration, will receive the true light through the universal manifestation of the pure doctrine of Lucifer, brought finally out into public view. A manifestation which will result from a general reactionary movement which will follow the destruction of Christianity. Anyone that believes in Christ was the plan, because they know that Christ is the only power that can defeat Satan. So they had to aim all society against the Bible and the anointed Savior that was prophesied in the Bible to destroy Lucifer's world. Listen to this clearly. A manifestation which will result from a general reactionary movement which will follow the destruction of Christianity and atheism, both conquered and exterminated at the same time. A Freemason quote from the late 1800s, Albert Pike. And guess what, folks? There's a statue of this guy memorialized right up the street from the White House. So you want to know the agendas, the government's agendas, the world powers agendas? They celebrate this guy, and this is their agenda that's being pushed through governments. So here it is. The majority of us, Elder Lawyer, is really focusing on Little Nas. Okay? They're so meticulous in their Luciferian campaign. They'll have you just talking about Little Nas, his sexual preference, his expression of art, when really this is an old agenda to destroy God's people by making a world of unbelief. And now, if you can get to the children now, Sesame Street and all that, right? Now, once everyone is separated on every line, Lucifer now can destroy all people who are walking with unbelief, and he can destroy people without hand. And this is why I wanted to talk about this evening. What are we going to do? Before you say anything else, Other Lawyer, I need you to get a few scriptures here. The satanic attack on our children. What are we going to do? Now that the evil powers have successfully separated man and woman and have man and women at odds, through countless agendas, we're entering a new age where children are now open game to become citizens raised by the beast and for the beast, destroyed by the beast. They have promoted drugs, sorcery, psych meds, progressive sexual education, immoral behavior taught through entertainment as we see now. And it seems like everyone has gone to their own business without dealing with what? The true business, which is God's business, family. They had to first get you chasing the carrot out there in the world, thinking you're creating something or getting something, while they keeping you distracted, dangling a carrot on a string to get to your and our children. It's a satanic attack. They have successfully, I believe they have successfully destroyed the cohesion of family. Starting with you attack the parents and separate the parents. The children are open game. And I know we come up with all these excuses to why we're not taking an extra care to our children like our foreparents did. We got all these lavish excuses of why, and making it as a facade, making everyone believe that it's really our children's best interest at heart. Well, we doing this for the children. Nah. It's a front. It's a front. Somehow Satan has gotten to our children, and I want to talk about that, right? How do we close the gap? At least on those who would like to be saved. The world has gone to hell, so there's not much we can do. The whole world have been fully affected by this agenda, which has now come to an apex. But what can we do to close the gap now? Okay, I want to talk about that. The satanic attack on our children. That's what I'm seeing when I see Little Nas X. I pray for the young man. I understand that he was left out there. That something happened to him, allegedly, growing up. That's being covered up by the mainstream media that led him to such acts. Now that the evil powers have successfully separated man and woman through countless agendas, usually, pandering to men and women's selfishness. That's really what it comes down to. The caveat, the fruit, to make one wise or to make yourself an idol, individualism instead of the family business. We're entering into a new age where children are now open game to become citizens raised by the beast for the beast. They've used sorcery on our children, drugs on our children, psych meds, progressive sexual education. And guess what else? The void they was able to get into. The chasm, the loneliness, the chasm of loneliness that's left there that only parents can feel. while we out doing whatever. Progressive sexual education and the immoral behavior taught through the entertainment industry, and now even our children are scrolling on the phones now. Before they can walk, they know how to use the cell phone. Man, what a plan. Through the entertainment industry, it seems this satanic agenda has been stacked against these children. Our children. God's children. Where is the deadly defense for this onslaught? The attacks on man and woman has been accomplished. Now the sole target are the children. And they're really focusing on the preschool, children at preschool age on up. Right before they get into kindergarten, these things are progressed. Right? And it's stacked against them. Where's the deadly defense that we have as a people, as a family, as believers in God against this onslaught? The attacks on us and our children. How can we survive Sodom and Gomorrah? And what does the Most High in the Bible warn in such times as these? Okay, and I'm sorry for some of the images. If they were graphic, I understand, but we had to show you how far that have gone. But what I'm going to do is, after this broadcast, what we're going to do is we're going to take and snip that out. Okay, and we'll probably show his head or something by itself, because, you know, it's disturbing. Where's the deadly defense for this onslaught and this attack? How can we stop the bleeding? Literally. How can we survive Sodom and Gomorrah? And what does God in the Bible warns in such times as these? Elder Lawyer, I need you to grab the book of Jude for me real quick.
Yes, sir.
I mean, you would expect where's the entertainers at? I mean, where are the men standing against this publicly and saying, well, listen, we need to shut these outlets down for portraying us as such. You can't portray, you know, a woman in certain, you know, in certain fashions unless they want to promote you that way. Okay, there's pushback. So, I mean, where are the men standing and saying, you know what, let's shut this stuff down? It's not right that our people, our children, our daughters can see our men in such compromised, quote, proverbial positions. Let's read, Elder Lawyer. I need you to get let's start at the 3rd verse. Jude 1 and 3.
Yes, sir. The book of Jude, chapter 1, verse number 3. Beloved, when I gave all diligence to write unto you of the common salvation, it was needful for me to write unto you, and exhort you that ye should earnestly contend for the faith which was once delivered unto the saints.
So we must contend for the faith. So as you can see, in order for them to roll out this agenda, they had to strategically through time, break down the belief of people in their belief in Christ and the Bible. It was strategic, calculated plan since the 1800s. So here it is. Jude, now a church, you know, it's written in the book of Jude that what? It was exhorted that there was people standing in belief, contending for the faith, highlighting anything that would destroy generations of believers. Read.
Verse 4. For there are certain men crept in unawares, who were before of old ordained to this condemnation, ungodly men, turning the grace of our God into lasciviousness, and denying the only Lord God and our Lord Yeshua the Anointed.
So it tell you that they would creep into places that one would actually go to learn about Christ, about the faith. Satanists would creep in unawares. You would have thought that this young man would have been protected, being raised in a church by his father, a gospel singer. Read.
Verse 5. I will therefore put you in remembrance that ye once knew this, how that the Lord, having saved the people out of the land of Egypt, afterward destroyed them that believed not.
He destroyed them that believed not. Read.
And the angels which kept not their first estate, but left their own habitation, he have reserved in everlasting chains under darkness unto the judgment of the great day.
Read.
Verse 7. Even as Sodom and Gomorrah, and the cities about them in like manner, giving themselves over to fornication.
Giving themselves over to fornication. It's as if city council or the governments of the world went directly to this chapter and say, you know what? We must make protective laws, to protect those who would execute this type of perversion on society. As if they went to this verse and say, here are those who will protect, and use as nihilists to destroy what's left of those who believe in Christ. Read that last piece again.
Yes, sir.
Even as Sodom and Gomorrah.
Yes, sir. Verse 7. Even as Sodom and Gomorrah, and the cities about them in like manner, giving themselves over to fornication and going after strange flesh, are set forth for an example, suffering the vengeance of eternal fire.
Suffering the vengeance of eternal fire. It was prophesied. This is why they're looking to almost ban you reading the Bible. Okay, it's the word of God. It's the only tool on earth to fight against this progression. Okay, to get man and woman back in the Bible, to understand our roles in it, to be protected. That's the only way, as a hedge, to take that accountability and to show that accountability to our children so they are accountable for it, knowing what's out there when you send them out into the world. What we're showing you, what we're talking about tonight, is the world we send our children out into. Elder Lawyer, let's go to the steps of Lot when they came to Lot's house. Let's go to the book of Genesis. And these signs of unbelief is really signs of the end. Let's go directly. And I need you to train up a child. Let's get that first. So they're going to do what they're going to do. They're going to do away with any rights that protect man. Okay. They try to do away with masculinity altogether, especially when it comes to black men. If they're going to show us, they're going to show us in this type of light going forward. Either that, or they'll have a black woman publicly representing us. Already, one that's already compromised. Not like one of you sisters who would stand up and speak to injustice. Not like any of you. Women who would toe the company line like the one we heard today would be the voices of our women. Let me know when you have it, Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir. The book of Proverbs, chapter 22, verse 6.
Come on.
Train up a child in the way that he should go, and when he is old, he will not depart from it.
Train up a child in the way in which he should go. And what?
And when he is old, he will not depart from it.
When he is old, he will not depart from it. That's the family's business. That's the family business right there. That's the business. You set that up. You set up programs or initiatives or businesses within the family, and you take the time to instill God's business in our children. How to serve him. How to serve him. And we cannot do that somewhere else. That's the family's business. Read it again.
Proverbs 22, verse 6. Train up a child in the way that he should go, And when he is old, he will not depart from it.
When he is old, he will not depart from it. And guess what? It doesn't stop there, folks. Sodom and Gomorrah wasn't just the acts of same sex. They are about to sign a bill after they done already made it where you can do drugs anywhere right now. They're about to sign a bill to make prostitution legal all throughout the United States. Straight red light districts all throughout the United States. This is the world our children are growing up in. This was the plan. What's the plan? Because eventually they're going to tell you, if you don't have that hedge to protect your children, it's going to come a time they're going to look at you and say, these children don't belong to you. And don't try to claim them now. You didn't claim them then. Okay? When I was there with the drug dealer on the corner, coaxing your son, what were you doing? When I was there, this is what Satan is going to tell you. When I was there, putting your sons on all these psycho drugs and all that behind your back while you was working, and while I was there giving your children birth control and all that, while you were unassuming working, where were you? So don't try to claim them now. Okay? Where were you when one of your friends that you know was operating a certain type of way was watching your children, or had a friend watching children while you were someplace else, not knowing that there was a molester in the house? So now you want to claim them? Now you want to claim them? They're going to come and say, listen, these children don't belong to you. You gave them children to me a long time ago. That's what Lucifer is saying. So it's going to come a time they're going to straight up and say, well, listen, those children don't belong to you. And you can be like, oh my God, not my children. Listen, they never belonged to you. You gave them to me a long time ago. Through selfishness, through trying to chart your own individual life without understanding that according to the Bible, it's family first. You don't have no family business to protect your children. That's what Lucifer's saying. You didn't take care of your family business. So they belong to me. Let's read it.
Yes, sir. This is Genesis chapter 19, verse number 4.
Come on.
But before they lay down, the men of the city, even the men of Sodom,
right
compassed
before
the house.
Because the Most High, excuse me, Elder Lloyd, the Most High sent angels and said, go through the city, walk around the city, because I will surely destroy this city in no time. The governors, those that are in charge of legislation, those that are running Sodom and Gomorrah has run roughshod to a degree. Well, if we don't stop them, if the angels don't stop them, they're going to pervert all of the righteous in that area. It became a progressive agenda to a degree where they're judges and all that. Orgies, freak parties, all that stuff they promote and we see online now, where women, Cardi B and all that, I don't cook, I don't clean, but now look at my ring. All of that stuff was Sodom and Gomorrah. Let's read.
Yes, sir. But before they lay down, the men of the city, even the men of Sodom, compassed the house round, both old and young, all the people from every quarter. And they called unto Lot and said unto him, where are the men which came into thee this night? Bring them out unto us that we may know them.
Bring them out that we may know them. These were angels of God, but they should seen two men, or what appear to be men, walking into who? Lot's home. Okay, they had a system set up with some strangers or whatever. They listen. We need to be a part of that. They were trying to rape men. They were looking to rape men during the time of Lot. Let them loose so that we can deal with them. We've seen how tall and virile and strong they were. Let them loose. This is how progressive that particular behavior became before the Most High rained fire, where they felt entitled to the boys. They felt entitled to the men. Right? Read on.
Yes, sir. Verse number 5. And they called unto Lot and said unto him, Where are the men which came into thee this night? Bring them out unto us, that we may know them. And Lot went out at the door unto them, and shut the door after him, and said, I pray you, brethren, do not so wickedly. Behold now, I have 2 daughters which have not no man. Let me, I pray you, bring them out unto you, and do ye to them as is good in your eyes. Only unto these men do nothing.
Now hold up. Now most people get confused at that, saying, what type of man would give their daughters over to these guys? But when you do the research into the records like Jasher and others, these children were already influenced in the mindset of Sodom and Gomorrah. Because don't forget, they weren't just dealing with the gay life there. They were dealing with the bi life and everything else. So he's like, listen, here it is. I'll marry my daughters off to you, but do not touch them, because these daughters were already influenced. Why? Because their mother had the mindset of Sodom and Gomorrah. That's what y'all don't realize. That's why she looked back. When the angels took them out, that's why she looked back. Lot was teaching one thing, but she had her mind all up in Sodom and Gomorrah, and her daughters began to pick it up. That lifestyle, that free, loose lifestyle, is what Lot's wife loved. She loved the glitz and glamour, and her daughters began to do what? That's right. They began to follow the pattern of their mother, who was influenced by Sodom and Gomorrah. So that's why when she looked back, boom, what happened? She was turned to a pillar of salt. See, that's why that's why Lot said, take my daughters, because they was already influenced. He says, marry them. And to show you they had that spirit on them. No soon as Lot and his daughters were saved out of Sodom and Gomorrah, Lot got drunk and his daughters had incest with him. Because that's what they learned back there. That's what was going on in Sodom and Gomorrah. That's why he said, take my daughters. They've already been influenced. A lot of y'all didn't know that. When you read the records, it makes it clear. Because some people would read that in the Bible with not understanding and be like, well, what man would give their daughters over like that? He was like, no, they're already out there like that. They're mentally and all that, but you're not going to touch the angels of God. I'll marry you off to them, but you will not touch the angels of God. For those who would get confused reading that, because I was perplexed at first until the Most High said in Revelation, the earth will help the woman to swallow up the flood or the lies that came from the serpent's mouth. Well, the records that came out, Jasher, Enoch, and all these other informations give detail that you cannot find in Genesis. Genesis is really a microcosm of hundreds, sometimes thousands of years. Okay? And that's why he said, take my daughters and not the angels, to edify for those who might be confused. Okay? Go ahead, Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir. Verse 9. And they said, stand back. And they said again, this one fellow came into sojourn.
Hold up. And again. Yeah. Finish. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Verse 9. And they said, stand back. And they said again, this one fellow came into sojourn, and he will needs be a judge. Now will we deal worse with thee than with them. And they pressed sore upon that man, even Lot, and came near to break the door. But the men put forth their hand and poured Lot into the house to them, and shut to the door.
Read.
And they smote the men that were at the door of the house with blindness.
Now you would have thought these men who were smitten with blindness, you would think they would run away to try to get their sight together, right? Let's see their response to that. Go on.
Verse 11, and they smote the men that were at the door of the house with blindness, both small and great, so that they wearied themselves to find the door.
That means they're not backing up. They're blind and still trying to get to the angels of God to rape them. So a lot of you think this is about equal rights and all that. No. What they saying outright, why do you think the entertainment industry not want to make it about Nas X? Because I want to get off that, because it's bigger than that. It's the message they're giving all of us. By having him first do what? Appear, 1 second. To having him first appear on Sesame Street. This was the plan. It's deeper than him. They're coming after our children. And it's deep because we'll have more people in this earth fighting for the vaccine than against this. That's how thwarted and confused people have become. Okay. Go ahead, Elder Lawyer. You can finish up.
Yes, sir. Verse 12. And the men said unto Lot, Hast thou here any besides, son-in-law, and thy sons and thy daughters, and whatsoever thou hast in the city, bring them out of this place. For we will destroy this place, because of the cry of them is waxen great before the face of the Lord.
The Most High is watching this. The Most High see this. And it comes down to men like this, not just Nas X and others. Folks, he was groomed. I don't know allegedly, but I don't know. There must have been some abuse, and he was groomed. And what happens is they grow up in this confused mind, and they begin to hate God, because to themselves privately they're asking, where were you to protect me? Where were my parents to protect me when that man came in? When this guy when this guy was spending the night sneaking in my room 3 and 4 in the morning? Where were you, God? And that confuses them and leaves them reprobate. Not to say he's a victim. And I'm putting it out there not for him. But what are we going to do forward to make sure this doesn't happen to ours? What are we going to do? So now they've seen this victim, this guy who was exposed to all these activities growing up. And they say, you know what? Let's progress our agenda behind him. That he's the face, but he's not the one running the engine. It's the same people that have always been behind the music business pushing this.
That's right.
The same machines are pushing. They're using him as the face, but it's the same guys that Dame Dash talked about, that others talked about, who are Satanists, who are saying outright, you all are not men. You can't even protect your own boys. Look how you will never allow them them to see outright them represent or putting up another race of people as such, outright and promoting it like that. Go ahead, Elder Lawyer. I'm sorry. I'm worked up a little bit. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Verse number 14. And Lot went out and spake unto his sons-in-law, which married his daughters, and said, Up, get you out of this place, for the Lord will destroy this city. But he seemed as one that mocked unto his sons-in-law. And when the morning arose, then the angels hastened Lot, saying, Arise, take thy wife and thy 2 daughters, which are here, lest thou be consumed in the iniquity of the city. And while he lingered, the men laid hold upon his hand, and upon the hand of his wife, and upon the hand of his 2 daughters, the Lord being merciful unto him. And they brought him forth and set him without the city.
And they set him without the city. Remember, I went to those portals the other day? Right? Now, if you noticed, the women were saved in the house for Lot's sake.
That's right.
That's that marking on the door, like you seen when it says 7 women shall take hold of 1 man. Because that man number, or what you would call mark in Revelation 7, that man is the head of his house. So every woman under his authority is under that mark. Okay, that's what that means. When the blood is on your door and you're protected through Christ, through the Most High, every woman in your home is protected. That's why even though his wife was all over the place, and even his daughters, they all came out together through who? Through Lot's mark. Because he loved them. He says, no, y'all come with me. He held on to them, and the angels moved them through a portal right there to safety. I'm going to be going into that in the academy, portals. There's gates throughout the four corners of the earth, and we're going to be dropping that in the academy. The gates between heaven and earth. And guess what? The Bible gives the geography of these gates. So I'm going to be going into that in the academy. So I think we're doing enrollments, like you said, up until the 16th. So go to historytimes.org. Can the Family Survive will be a new lesson, as well as portals, the gates between heaven and earth. You don't want to miss that. But go ahead, Elder Lawyer, get that last piece.
Yes, sir. Verse 17. And it came to pass, when they had brought them forth, that he said, escape for thy life, look not behind thee, neither stay thou in all the plain. Escape to the mountains, lest thou be consumed.
Read that again.
It says,
escape to the mountains, unless thou be consumed. You hear this all through the scriptures. When you shall see the desolation that cometh nigh, fleeth into the mountains. Because there are certain gates in certain mountains. I went into that even week 2 of the other academy, where it talks about the sons of God came and dealt with the daughters of men, how they came down on Mount Hermon. These are gates where the Most High spoke to Abraham, where he spoke not just to Abraham, to Isaac, to Jacob, Jacob's ladder. These are geography, gates between earth and heaven, how angels travel. We're going into all that in this next academy. Okay, all that. Finish reading.
Verse 18. And Lot said unto them, O not so, my Lord. Behold, now thy servant hath found grace in thy sight, and thou hast magnified thy mercy which thou hast showed unto me in saving my life. And I cannot escape to the mountains, lest some evil take me, and I die. Behold, now the city is near to flee unto, and it is a little one. O let me escape thither. Is not it a little one? And my soul shall live.
So eventually, when you read the whole story, you can do it on your own, because we got a full broadcast. The Most High rained fire down on Sodom and Gomorrah. But the righteous, those who are protected through the blood, through the hedge of the Almighty, is saved. That's a reoccurring narrative from the beginning, when the Most High saved Noah, all the way to the coming of our Lord and Savior Christ. So the reason why the Freemasons, the 33-degree others, and they're really Satanists, came up with an agenda to separate family and to have people look down on the Bible and speak ill of Christ, to exalt Satan, because they knew the only protection we have against their wickedness, their sorcery, is Christ himself. The Bible is the tool to defeat Satan and his ministers. So what are we going to do? How are we going to protect our children? I want to talk about that. We're going to go into that. Elder Lloyd, you have anything else here?
Yes, sir. Just a few scriptures. I'm not sure if you want to touch on some of these.
Let's go.
All right.
Let's get them. And then I'm going to just play the commercial real quick, and then we're going to dive right in with the phone calls. And I'm sure Elder Gabar is on standby, so I need to hear what he has to say.
Yes, sir. Just running through them real quick. 1 Corinthians 11:3, dealing with the proper family order. But I would have you know that the head of every man is Christ, and the head of the woman is the man, and the head of Christ is God.
Exactly. And you notice the Most High give this order. And that order isn't predicated off of your education or what your expectations are or how much one makes financially. Okay. Or whether or not he ain't doing this or she ain't doing that. The blame game needs to stop. There's proper order for God's business, for his family business. And we must understand this order to do what? Because if we have this component together, that family can conquer whatever endeavor or business they set off to accomplish. But they got to have that family structure together in respect first. No, I'm not going to respect him unless he's this. Or I'm not going to love her unless she's that. Don't have nothing to do with that. The family business is above your personal wants. Well, I can't submit to a man if he's like this. Nah. It doesn't work like that. Well, I can't listen to a woman if she's been trained by the system and all that. Nah. It's our position to show the proper order. Because everyone in the house must submit to God. And if the man is walking in the spirit of God, it doesn't matter what he have, his substance or all that stuff. She will have no choice but to submit to it. If a woman wishes to submit to the will of God, we must find what that is, and we'll work with that. And eventually she'll submit to the God in you. It's too often we're like this. When the Most High have given us the roles for success, family first. We're the family business. And it's not me going out there working for him and thinking that's the family business. Nah, the business start here, and we bring the spoils together so that we no longer have to deal with them. But it's not the other way around. We don't go out and make an excuse of why we're vacant to say we're chasing money while the family business fall. You got that cohesion together, man, husband, wife, husband, the children are seeing that. You're instilling success in them. Having them fear God and understand proper roles according to the Bible, they can set off to do any business and do what? Be successful. Because they've seen success not through interactions and exchange, but by witnessing a family. By witnessing the image of God that breeds success. We got this backwards. Read that again.
Yes, sir. 1 Corinthians 11:3. But I would have you know that the head of every man is Christ, and the head of the woman is the man. And the head of Christ is God.
And the head of Christ is God. That's the proper order. If we can't submit to the will of God, that makes us what? Rebels. When we don't respect the order of the man, and if we don't honor the woman as the weaker vessel, we are damaging the image of God. That's rebellion. That's no difference than what the fallen angels did in the beginning, rebelling against the proper order. So when we fight each other, we're rebelling against the order. It's sitting down, praying together and getting our priorities right with God first. Not the business and the money and all that stuff comes way later. And it comes, and the Most High will prosper you because you got your priorities in order. That's how you prosper. He's looking at your family and saying, you know what? That's the image of God. That's the example that will save the next generation. Okay? Because they care about my business. I'll bless their business now. It's not the other way around. You can't go out there and find money and make that an excuse of why the family business has fallen, which is the house. Let's read it.
Yes, sir. Here's the corrupt order. Isaiah 3 verse 12. As for my people, children are their oppressors.
Children are their oppressors, read.
And women rule over them.
And women rule over them.
O my people, they which lead thee cause thee to err, and destroy the way of thy paths.
That's the negative. We showed you the positive, and what Elder Lawyer just read is the alternative. If you don't have the proper order according to God, where there's no hedge, it's what? Read it again, Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir. Isaiah 3 verse 12. As for my people, children are their oppressors.
So if you don't have what? Your house in order, your family business in order, children will become your oppressors. They'll grow up and say, you can't tell me what to do. And these are children who family wasn't dealing with the business now, who are now in your neighborhoods doing whatever they can to survive. Okay? They become your drug dealers, your gang bangers, the guys that everyone complain about. As a perfect example of what? Of what we allow to happen. It comes around full circle. They grow up and become the neighborhood's oppressors. Mm-hmm. And we'll sit around talking about, man, we need to come together. We need to stop this. We need to do this. We need to do that. Not even realizing it's a circular generational curse, because why? It don't have nothing to do with slavery and all this other stuff. It's individuals choosing their selfish life, ignoring the family business. That's what it comes down to. Do it thou will. That's what it comes down to. And the neighborhood and the family suffer. And the whole neighborhood, there is no community because of it now. Read.
As for my people, children are their oppressors, and women rule over them.
And women rule over them. So you want to know why they got women representing now? That's what happens. That's the contrary. But we know all of that mentality, regardless of how we get here, gets destroyed in the fire. And we've all fallen victim, have been victims of our upbringing with the do as thou wilt mentality. But now the Most High called every man, every woman, everywhere to repent. Instead of beating a dead horse and talking about what someone isn't doing, what they and it's a systematic curse, and the same conversation over and over. What are we going to do about it? We all see the issues. The devil's at the door, literally. Come on, Elder Lawyer. Anything else?
Yes, sir. Quite a few more. I'm just going to try to run through them very quickly.
Come on.
Yes, sir. We read earlier Proverbs 22 and 6. Train up a child in a way that he should go, and when he is old, he will not depart from it. So just some examples of how we train up, or what we use to train up our children with. 2 Timothy chapter 3, verse 15. And that from a child thou hast known the holy scriptures, which are able to make thee wise unto salvation, that through faith which is in Christ Yeshua. Deuteronomy chapter 6, verse number 6. We often talk about the big talk that we need to have with our children when it comes to different topics, but here's a greater talk, or here's the most important talk we can ever have with our children. Deuteronomy 6 and 6. And these words which I command thee this day shall be in thine heart, and thou shalt teach them diligently unto thy children, and shalt talk of them when thou sittest in thine house, and when thou walkest by the way, and when thou liest down, and when thou risest up, and when thy son shall ask thee, jump into verse 20, when thy son shall ask thee in time to come, saying, what mean the testimonies and the statutes and the judgments which the Lord thy God hath commanded you? Then shalt thou say unto thy son, we were Pharaoh's bondmen in Egypt, and the Lord brought us out of Egypt with a mighty hand, and the Lord showed signs and wonders, great and sore, upon Egypt, upon Pharaoh, and upon all his house before our eyes. And he brought us out from thence, that he might bring us in, to give us the land which he sware unto our fathers. And the Lord commanded us to do all these statutes, to fear the Lord our God for our good always, that he might preserve us alive as it is this day. And it shall be our righteousness if we observe to do all these commandments before the Lord our God as he commanded us. I don't know if you want to elaborate.
Yeah. I'm glad you brought that out. I mean, the scripture speaks for itself. Give them the law. Show them, teach them, let them know about our God. Let them know. And it was so great, Elder Lawyer, to see all of the children that was at the Passover.
Yes, sir.
Any child that knew how to speak, even for the first time, if was asked what was the Most High name, they would tell you his name in Hebrew, the original name, and Christ. Train them up young. And I'm going to tell you, folks, here's the issue. A lot of us today wonder why we're not happy. And we try to cover that happiness through what? Through relationships. Thinking that we can suck happiness from each other. And that's why there's so much disappointment, because we go to a person for happiness and get disappointed. We'll go somewhere else and you have people who would probably go and call someone, have relationships with someone, or do all this, and you're still unhappy. Why? You cannot replace this with a temporal fix. Your family business, when you know that your children are all right, is the only thing that can fill that void. When you know that your children and your grandchildren will be better off than you were, then you're not looking on the outside for someone else to make you happy, because you've taken care of the family business first. And by doing so, in due time, if it's a man without a woman, the Most High will send that help me, because your work is for him, and he know you need help to finish that. Vice versa when it comes to women. You can't just keep on thinking. You can't think you'll get disappointed thinking that someone else is responsible for your happiness. And they're not. The happiness only kicks in when we're right with the Almighty and begin to get our family business together. That's when we sleep better. That's when we're happy. That's the only time. And it's time for us to get rid of the old way and the old way of thinking, trying to fill the void that's missing with other people. When you have people you're responsible for. Okay? You can't fill that void with new people. What about these people? I'm putting that out there real quick. You already have people that will fulfill you if you fulfill your responsibility to them. Those are the people. Sometimes what we do is we'll try to find other people and say, okay, make me happy. Nah, doesn't work that way. It's a perpetual curse that happens that way. We get our business together, which is our family business, and the Most High will send happiness. Not the other way around. But, let me tell you, this next academy, we're going to be breaking it down, folks. According to the Bible, what you're looking for is in you already, and you know better. You just need the direction according to the Father to get on path. And you know what we're speaking today is truth. Too many times we look on the outside of us, outside of our home, and put for happiness. And who we're responsible for is our happiness. Who didn't ask to come into this world. That's our happiness. Let me read this real quick. Let me say this real quick before you go, Elder Lawyer. Brothers and sisters, we have just 3 weeks to spring forward with the Hebrew and Bible Academy that starts on Sunday, April 18th. I need to put that out there. We will have brand new in-depth lessons in this academy, and I hope you all are in there, because you don't want to miss what we're going into. Brand new studies that have never been taught before. We're going into portals, okay? The gates between heaven and earth. Suppose someone can't readily get on planes in certain areas to travel. Will there be hope? How will they get from one place to the next? We're going in. Portals between heaven and earth, number one. Marriage and family, and this is in particular, you have to be here for this, especially, dovetailing off of what we're talking about tonight. Marriage and family, can it survive? We're going into a breakdown for the first time in the academy, breaking down the 70 weeks of Daniel. Okay, and guess what? For those in the academy, you're going to easily understand the 70 weeks if you have this calendar. To show you how prophetic what the Most High gave us in this calendar. Okay, you go to gatheringofchrist.org, get this calendar because you're going to need it when we break down the 72 weeks. The 70 weeks of Daniel. And the book of Revelation, how it all ends, how it all unfolds, and how we get from this side eventually into the kingdom. Revelation, how it all ends. Okay. Now we're going to keep enrollments open up until April 16th. So enroll today at historytimes.org. You can see it right there on your screen. historytimes.org. Enroll there. Okay. Or send an email to GOCCacademy@gmail.com. Or send an email to GOCCacademy@gmail.com. Go ahead, Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir. Dealing with the discipline. We dealt with the knowledge, the teaching aspect, dealing with the discipline aspect of children. Proverbs 22:15, and Elder, you can elaborate. Foolishness is bound in the heart of a child, but the rod of correction shall drive it far from him.
And read that again.
Proverbs 22:15, showing why children need discipline and correction. Foolishness is bound in the heart of a child, but the rod of correction shall drive it far from him.
Exactly. The correction will drive it far from him. Okay. I'm going to tell you right now, folks. And it's a shame because Paul even said, when I was a child, I spoke as a child. I acted as a child. But when I became a full-grown man, I put away childish things. And that's another thing we have to stop. Growing up and operating like full-grown children. We have to stop that. Our expectations can't be the same as they were when we were 20, 15. Our expectations must be towards legacy, kingdom. That's I'm gonna quote unquote and make this a t-shirt, the family business. Your family is what you're responsible for, and there's no happiness outside of that until that's intact. The only thing you can do is go somewhere, try to find happiness somewhere and let the family die, and then something else dies over here. The perpetual servitude, the perpetual captivity. Happiness is what we are responsible for. That's happiness. Come on, let's go.
Yes, sir. Proverbs chapter 23, verse 13. Withhold not correction from the child, for if thou beatest him with the rod, he shall not die.
Exactly. Correction is imperative. Come on.
Yes, sir. Thou shalt beat him with the rod, and shall deliver his soul from hell.
Now let me tell you, let me make it clear. Is it okay to treat yourself to fun sometimes? But that fun is well deserved. So we're not saying that people shouldn't be, have a little playtime for themselves. That's not what it is. But you have to make sure your business is in order, that you have worked for that playtime. Okay? That you've worked for that. Well, you're setting standards for, okay, I can do this because I was able to accomplish that. So when it says put away childish things, it's talking about the mentality, the mental psyche. You can't have the same expectations and be where you were at the age of 15 and 20 and thinking of those things and for happiness. Now it's about legacy. I spoke to my son the other day. I mean, I'm looking at the pictures of my grandson. These are mini me's running around. I'm like, I had to think about that. I'm like, what legacy can be left for them? That's the happiness. To know that the world is better because we made the world better by instilling God in our children. See? Let's go.
I'll read that again. Verse 14, thou shalt beat him with the rod, and thou shalt deliver his soul from hell. Which I think, obviously for many reasons that is relevant to tonight's discussion, because people, if we were to have this conversation in the mainstream, people would deem it some form of abuse, or they would look down upon it, or would have you. But at the same time, they'll make an excuse for, as we saw earlier, a child or someone who was once a child who may have not received the proper correction or the proper training, now celebrating himself, going into hell and dancing for Satan. Okay?
Read that again, Elder Lawyer. Read that again.
Yes, sir. Verse 14. Thou shalt beat him with the rod and shall deliver his soul from hell.
Deliver his soul from hell. We done fell to such depths. No pun intended. That now we got a young man celebrating, going into hell to lap dance for Satan. Look at your screen. Can you get any lower than this? Go ahead, Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir. Proverbs 29:15. The rod and reproof give wisdom, but a child left to himself. We read earlier that it stated that at some point he became a loner. Okay? But a child left to himself bringeth his mother shame.
A child is left to himself bringeth his mother shame.
Yes, sir. Just two more.
Yeah.
Proverbs 19:18. Chasing thy child while there is hope, and let not thy soul spare for his crying.
Hold up. Patricia, we did get your calendar came back returned to sender. Patricia. I seen yours come back returned to sender. It's being sent out. It's being sent back out to you. Hopefully you get it, okay? All right. Go ahead. Your calendar was sent out though, Patricia, okay? But it came back returned to sender. Go ahead, Elder Lawyer. I'm sorry.
Yes, sir. Last one, Sirach 30, verse 1. He that loveth his son causeth him oft to feel the rod, that he may have joy of him in the end. He that chastiseth his son shall have joy in him, and shall rejoice of him among his acquaintance. He that teacheth his son grieveth the enemy.
Read that again.
He that teacheth his son grieveth the enemy.
He that teacheth his son grieveth the enemy. The enemy is starch mad because that's a soul he cannot control. Come on.
Yes, sir. And that's the point. The fact that if your father teaches you the right way, the enemy cannot use you the same way that this young man is being used. As you mentioned earlier, we can almost guarantee that behind him, pulling the strings, is, let's say, a Revelation 2:9er, allegedly. But moving on, it says here, he that teacheth his son grieveth the enemy, and before his friends he shall rejoice of him. Though his father die, yet he is though he were not dead, because he have left one behind that is like himself.
Man, that is super cold. Man, I remember my father sitting on the end of the bed, Lawyer, crying his eyes out. And I'm like, Dad, what's going on? He says, man, because what I'm about to do to you is deep. He says, because what you did today, son, I'm crying and I'm gonna feel a certain type of way because I know exactly how you must get dealt with. I was like, yo. And I already, I've had some serious encounters where my father came up to school with a full inner tube from out of my 10 speed to take care of business. And and I'm like, and I seen my father, he cut off the lights and just start swinging. And like, listen, I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna use the force to get to you. and he found me every time. But you know what? I look back at it and I thank the Most High for it. They try to claim it's abuse. You shouldn't do this. They want soft men. My father said, you look outside and see what's going on out there. I'm not going to lose you to that. I'm not going to do it. And I'm sitting there, it's my father crying. I'm thinking, I'm trying to console him, lawyer, like, Dad, it's all right. He said, no, son, you don't realize it's not all right. I'm not crying for me right now. I'm crying for you. Let's read that again.
Yes, sir. Just 2 more verses. Though his father die, yet he is though he were not dead, for he have left one behind that is like himself. Jumping to verse 6.
Yeah.
He left behind him an avenger against his enemies, not a tool for his enemies, but an avenger against his enemies, and one that shall requite kindness to his friends.
Man, let me tell you, sometime in Elder Lawyer, sometime I try to hold it in and toughen up and all that. But man, I was with my brother the other day, and my brother looked at me. And he said, man, he says, June, he says, you know, Dad would be real proud of you if he was still here. And man, I just lost it. Because what I know now, I think back taking him from chemotherapy when they said he had something, and I know that chemo destroyed him. But I didn't have the knowledge I have now back then. I'd have got him some dandelion root. I would have healed him. But you know what? I'm like, you know what? When he said that, it resonated. It hit me somewhere. And I'm like, you know what? Yeah. It's time to finish. I got to finish. Nothing else matters. Let's finish. I'm going to tell you that right now. When he said that, it hit me. It hit me because but go ahead. Read that last scripture again.
Yes. Sirach chapter 30, verse number 6. He left behind him an avenger against his enemies. Yeah. And one that shall requite kindness to his friends.
Exactly. You've made the world a better place, taking care of family business. And guess what? What we're talking about, brothers and sisters, doesn't take money. It doesn't take you, because you have people who have enough money to provide and all that, but the kids are out there. What the Most High is talking about doesn't take a status. Sometimes we say we have to go get this for our children. We're lying. That's a lie. They just need the time. They just need to know the Most High. They need you to read with them. Talk with them. Be there, right? Finish reading.
That's it on that.
Here we go. Now we're going to talk to the people. Hold on 1 second. We'll be right back before I bring in Elder Gabar. Hold tight. The Bible. Is it hard to understand?
When it comes to reading the Bible, the first thing that comes to mind is the fact that this is the Word of God.
The seals have been broken, and the truth is here.
And when we go throughout the scriptures, when we go throughout extra biblical records, we find that the language that God employed, that he used to create the heavens and the earth, was the Hebrew language.
Christ said, I came for the lost sheep of the house of Israel. But yet no one, no religious leader, no religious church out there anywhere can now identify the 12 tribes of Israel. Can we? God is quite simple, but it seems as if man makes understanding him hard.
What are those mysteries?
The truth of your book and the truth will make you free. The Hebrew and Bible Academy, you're invited. That's right. Get on in. Get on in. While we taking enrollments, don't come in the last minute. Get on it. It's only $75 a month for 2 months. And the third month, you just sit back and get 4 more lessons. And we usually go out with a crescendo. This Sunday will be our week 12 lesson, The Secrets of the Time. I'll be breaking that down, revised and updated this coming Sunday. All right. HistoryTimes.org. The Lord is calling back Israel. Let me grab Elder Gabar real quick, Elder Lawyer. Let's see. Boom, 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 boom. Ooh. Ooh. AHAYAH is calling back Israel. The Arabs and Africans told us at gunpoint to gather our wives and children, then sold us. All right, where's Gabar? Elder Gabar. Whoa. There he is. Elder Gabar is in the house.
Elders, how we doing? All praise to the Most High God.
AHAYAH's calling back Israel. Hold on. Whoa. Whoa. AHAYAH, gather us. Whoa. Hold on. Hold on. Sometimes I do that. I sing while I'm thinking. All right. AHAYAH's calling back Israel. Hold on, hold on. Whoa. All right, Elder Gabar, talk to us. Talk to us. You're live.
You know, it's one thing reading the scriptures. They will hate you. That your own parents and your own family will betray you. They will even bring you to the synagogues, and they will even kill you. It's amazing to, you know, obviously reading the scripture, but what's astonished is actually living it and seeing the evolution slowly to the point that now we are, you know, here you have a guy who was a homosexual or is a homosexual and grew up that way or got molested, as a lot of them do. And
allegedly.
Allegedly. This video was to a mocking, if you will, to the Christian church and what happened and you know, him feeling bad all his life because, you know, and the Bible clearly says that homosexuality is a sin. You know, I think after a while, homosexuals got to get over themselves. I mean, you know, it's like, okay, you know, you have all the freedom that you've been given. And, you know, gay people never been freer than ever in any time in history, I think. I think the only time they were more free is probably in the Roman Empire. Or in the Egyptian Empire. I know some of the Kemetic brothers are not gonna like that, but you know, they're free. I mean, you could be whatever you want. It's you know, and I think we have to start using their lingo against them. You know, are you discriminating against me and my Christian values? And you know, if it's okay for you to be gay, it's not okay for me to be Christian. And you know, if the dude grew up in a Christian church and the pastor or his father was talking about homosexuality, he should just get out. You know, it's about choice, isn't it? Freedom of choice. You know, this whole vendetta against not Christianity because, you know, you feel bad because something is written in the Bible. You know, there's many things that were written, put down, you know, that was racist or you know, against us. You know, you have to just, you know, shake it off your shoulders, as you say. But I think, you know, it's becoming a situation that every so-called victim now is stepping out. You know, if you're a midget, if you're a woman, if you're black, if you're white, if you're gay, if you bi, everybody now wants to be, you know, become a victim. And the bottom line, listen, when you was a kid, you get bullied. Is it right? No. But people have to toughen up. You know, even in my neighborhood, when I was a kid, you know who was the gay kids, right? Yeah. And you also, there were gay people that, you know, gay or straight, they you know, they know how to defend themselves. You know, they grew up in a neighborhood that was rough, so they had to be, you know, protect themselves. And they were gay, but they were, you know, they would get into a fight. You know, and
Gabar,
you know,
on that, I don't want you to lose your flow because you're flowing. I'm gonna let you flow. But this is what they don't say too. There was people that we knew that were operating like that. There was a girl up the street from me who played basketball. We played basketball with her every day. Everybody know what was going on with her, right? She was like a sister. It's like if someone was to mess with someone on our block or in our neighborhood who was like that, we defended them.
Right.
It didn't have nothing to do with their sexual preference, because when we grew up as a block, we defended those on the block. We didn't ask you who you were sleeping with.
Exactly.
So if someone was to step to a gay guy or a gay girl and we knew them, we grew up. When we grew up, the community was like brothers and sisters. We don't care. We didn't care about that. We cared that we knew you and no one on the other block was going to mess with you, because they mess with you, they're going to mess with us later. So we defended brothers and sisters on the block regardless of their sexual persuasion. So I've never seen this bully thing and bullying gays in the black community. I don't know where that exists at. But go on.
Yeah, because in certain demographics,
yeah,
you're either strong or you're weak. And the people that are weak, people are gonna pick on them. Yeah, that's life. That's just, you know, is it right? No, but it's just simply life. It's just human nature. If you grew up if you put 100 kids in an island, eventually you're gonna know who's gonna be the alpha male and who's gonna be the beta males. That is human nature. Yes. Is it wrong for people that are stronger to pick on people that are weaker? Yeah. Weak? Absolutely. But the bottom line, that's part of life. You know, so this guy who's gay, now he's a rapper, you know, and trying to, you know, and what these guys don't understand is that they make Christians stronger when they do that. They validate what we've been saying for years. You understand? That society is becoming more satanic, that, you know, watch out for the kids turning to, and you know, going to the way of Satan. Him doing that is going to it's not going to give all these Christian pastors ammunition to talk about it. Okay. And it's not going to in any way, shape or form going to make Christians weaker. It's going to make us stronger. It's going to say, look, if this is what you want to do, if this is what you want freedom for, I mean, the guy should get over himself. He's a rapper. He made it. Go rap.
Yeah.
You know, but now, you know, but the more they attack the Christians, the more they attack, you know, us, you know, it's all it's going to do is validate what we're saying. And after a while, people are going to have to start, you know, realizing, you know what? The Bible's been here for thousands of years. Leave it alone. The people want to follow it. Let them follow it. Are we going to have freedom of religion, or are we not going to have freedom of religion? And we're not going to have freedom in the religions. You know, I guess I see those that are against the Bible in the battlefield. You know, so it's just becoming a time that a line has to be drawn. A line has to be drawn and say, listen, you can do whatever you want. If you're 18, 21 and older, do whatever, but leave us alone. Leave our kids alone. And you and I were talking earlier that there's going to come a time that we have to start creating our own communities, man.
Yeah.
You know, just getting out of this and controlling our own schools, controlling our own hospitals, controlling our own situation, start little by little, and because it's going to be unlivable living in these societies.
Yeah.
What can we do? I yield.
Yeah, it's going to be untenable. It's like this. It's like this, though, right? And we're going to talk about that. Not that y'all can do this, but we got to talk about it and not just have schools. These are going to be co-ops where if people are homeschooling, it won't be the responsibility of a church to set up an institution.
Right.
We homeschool church members will do that together, where you don't got to worry about handing your child over something. You're responsible for your child's learning.
Exactly.
And what I found out, even living outside the country, you should see how highly intelligent the children of this church are that were homeschooled outside the country.
Yeah.
Even when you see Lawyer's son, he's well beyond age.
Yeah, that kid looks like he's going to be a genius.
Yeah. So the whole thing is, it was always our responsibility to do so, and setting an environment, a community environment that will allow us to make that so. And what's going on with the advent of COVID and all that, they're almost forcing that. So we're really going to work on that, you know what I mean, as far as co-ops and all that, where you can homeschool, but guess what? You homeschool, you go every quarter to SATs, but when you together, it's a family, it's a community in the church teaching each other. You're there because your child is there. You're teaching your child. You're giving them the homework, but now we're doing it together.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So yeah, that's definitely on the table. But again, I'm glad you brought out a few things I'm glad that's why you come on, right? That I wasn't even going to touch on. But when I see Little Nas X Gabar, you know what I see? I see a victim.
Yeah.
I don't see someone that's maliciously. He's a young man who needed protection. And now he's rebelling because no grown person who claimed they followed God was there. Exactly. He went to the church to find refuge and only found more, it exacerbated the lifestyle. He found that lifestyle from being raised in the projects where there was no father and his grandmother and mother was there, who got loose on that boy, or he's already rebelling now. And then he gets with his father who's on the choir, and now he's this? No, something happened. So I don't see someone, a Satanist, who's outright, I see the system using a victim.
Yeah, and also, could I also add one other thing? Hearing earlier when the sister and the gentleman was talking, and it's funny how, the sister's talking about, it's not his little, whatever his name, Little Wayne, or little, what's his name? Little something. He's little, I don't
who that?
Whoever his name is, little Nas, that's it.
And you mean Nas X or?
Yeah.
And when you look at Nas backwards, it's an ancient word for Satan. You know that, right? Nas from right to left is another word. San is another name for Satan. Little Satan. But go on.
So it's funny how now it's not the stars and the rappers' responsibility to raise our children. But when they had in the 90s, and really got big, in the 90s and the early 2000s, with every rapper was in the club with half-naked women. And they were always talking about, the black man, we have to take responsibility, we influence our kids, and they were right. They were right. Every other video was a half-naked woman, and it was, and now women awaken. What women used to wear, what women wears today is what prostitutes used to wear back in the 90s and 80s and 70s. You understand? So, but what's the product of that? The product of that is in the 80s and 90s and early 2000s, and still now, every video was a rapper in the club with half-naked women, right? And they were being criticized about that. But what's going on with brother Little Nas? He's running around half-naked, dancing, pretty much doing a lap dance on Satan's lap.
Let me tell you, can you get any lower than hell though? I'm gonna tell you this, Gabar, real quick. I mean, there's so many areas we can go in. What brothers don't know, sisters don't know, that this is a Masonic, Luciferian agenda. That's why I brought up Albert Pike, because it's white synagogue of Satan that's behind this. He's just the front piece, folks. I can't highlight that enough. Even when you talk about Hype Williams and others who started doing the boat, showing women walking around next to the swimming pools and all that. Folks, that wasn't just video prop. What they were introducing to the world was their secret parties they would have before their ritualistic activity at night. It was them there saying, you know what, yo, what we do here on the yacht next to the swimming pool, hey, let's do a music video on this. And it was introducing the Luciferian world to the mainstream. That wasn't no just a prop. That was them secret mansion parties, the Playboy parties. What you see on the videos with girls walking around and the videos and all that, it started there. They were introducing it back then to do what? To actually destroy the morality of our children, of our society, to initiate more into what? You got it. The Luciferian perverted activity. So now it's no more you have to go to a secret party for this stuff. The whole world has become this. And that was their plan. But go on, I'm sorry about that.
Yeah, absolutely, Elder. But, you know, I think there has to be a conversation, not about gay or straight, but morality.
Yeah.
You know, okay, do gay people don't have any morality? Let's just talk about that. If it's not right for a woman to be naked and doing improper things in public, why is it right for a gay man in a gay parade be walking around with a G-string? Gay or straight? If it's wrong for a woman to be running around, and it's funny because if those same people that will have a, you know, they'll adopt a child or whatever, and they'll see two different, you know, they'll see certain things in the street, they'll cover those children.
Yeah.
So we have to talk about, okay, what you do in your bed, that's your business.
Yeah.
But public morality, there got to be a conversation, whether you gay or straight. So it's okay for a man to be running around with a G-string up his butt and all kinds of tattoos and all kinds of, you know, earrings and all that, just because he's gay. Okay, you could do that. Nobody's stopping you in your bedroom.
Well, you know what? I want to save this channel, so I'm gonna go too far from there. But we do have to have this conversation in one of our shows coming, Gabar. You know what that is? We got to have someone from the community to come on and actually break down what is the moral standards for those in that community. And it cannot be anything ambiguous. Being a good person. And it must be specific. What's lawful? Where's the moral line? Or is there a moral line? Or right? When it comes to certain activity. And they have to be truthful, because what they do is they answer with this ambiguous answer, like, to be a good person, you just have to treat others how you would treat. Nah, you have to be, I need to know detailed moral lines. What's prohibited in that community when it comes to certain behaviors?
Exactly. Let's talk about it, because maybe maybe we assume that gay people got morals, and they have to think about it. Well, maybe our desire to be so free and be accepted, we're passing now. We want to come out to the public. Maybe we have to have a conversation about morality, and this is right for children, gay or straight.
Exactly. Is hold up now. Is this cause that you have taken on as an adult with an adult choice, is that unfair to children to put all of that pressure that you can't even bear? Obviously. You're right. Everyone's the enemy. You can't even bear this pressure. You need all these political laws in place to protect you. So it's a burden just to carry this as an adult. Is it fair to put it on these children? And we're going to have that conversation. I'm going to find someone from that community as soon as possible to say, well, listen, what you choose to do as an adult is one thing, but it's a lot of pressure you carrying, isn't it? He'd be like, well, yeah, it's a lot of pressure. Well, yeah, we doing what we can. We stood for this and we stood for that. And I'm going to ask, is that pressure fair for children? Boom! And you're gonna be able to blow it up. I'm gonna frame it just like that. I'm gonna let them flow with all the pressures they had to go through. And I'm gonna be like, that was unfair, wasn't it?
Exactly.
Oh, yes.
And you know how pathetic that is, because I was reading, a while back, I was trying to, when we were doing the Kemenon trial and all that, I was speaking to Stanetta, and I wanted to do a follow-up, and then of showing that the plagiarism of Egypt is not found in the Bible, but it's found in Kemet. I mean, it's not found in Kemet culture is not found in the Bible. It's found in Rome. And I was showing that the Romans picked up a lot of these gods and traditions from the Egyptians.
Yeah.
And it's funny, I have heard people within the Kemetic community discuss that, right? That they took down gods and all that, yada, yada, yada. Now, when in the midst of that, I was reading Roman culture, right? Did you know that America is becoming even more perverse than Rome? In regards of public moral standards.
Yeah.
Because in Rome, a man was gay or likes little boy, but they used to have certain houses for that. But when you come into the public, you're always seeing with your wife and your children. And they have their preference, but they did that in private quarters. But in public, they have to show face, and that was understood within the Roman world.
Yeah.
So America is surpassing even Rome in regards of its perversion. It's out in the public now.
Man, listen.
In the street, you got all of that. So it's now we understand why in the scripture says that their sin has reached the heavens. So us Christians, us true believers have to just simply get out the way. There's no way to save America. It's on its way down. It's going to become the habitation of every hateful and pervert spirit. So, it's getting even worse than Rome, and that's bad.
Yeah. Hey, I'll tell you right. America today, especially their progressiveness with this thing, man, it makes Rome and Sodom and Gomorrah look like the Little House on the Prairie or the Waltons. Mm-hmm. I don't know if I'm showing my age, but and I was talking to Iraq area, and Iraq said it clearly. It's when the Bible says, "Come out from amongst them and be ye separate." That's going to be literal.
Literally.
I'm talking about folks with those that are triggered through the injection, and then this system, this confusion when it comes to this lifestyle being promoted at the same time. Guess what, folks? It's one and the same. It's not separate. The pandemic and what we seen with Little Nas swinging down a pole into hell, it's all for the same agenda to come against the righteous. But I digress. Well, I can only take about 30 minutes of calls, so let me call you right back, elders, and I'll bring you right back in, okay?
Yes, sir.
Great job. Great points. I appreciate you both. Hold tight while I open up the lines. There go the elders. I'm going to bring them back in 1 second. And again, hey, let me set the stage. The satanic attack on our children. Now that the evil powers have successfully separated the man and the woman through countless agendas, we're entering a new age when children are now an open game to become citizens raised by the beast for the beast. Through their sorcery, drugs, psych meds, progressive sexual education, and the immoral behavior taught through the entertainment industry, it seems that the Satanists have stacked the game against children and are now looking to assail them. Where is their, speaking of the children, daily defense for this onslaught? Where are we to protect them? The attacks are on men, man, woman, and children. Don't get it twisted. How can we survive Sodom and Gomorrah? And what does God in the Bible warns in such times as these? You can give me your own opinions, your own stories. I need y'all to hold tight, and we're going to bring in the calls right on the screen. 515-605-9327. If you want to support the work, as you can see at the top, strictly for the broadcast, you can do it through Cash App, $GOCC 144 donate. Okay, that supports the work. That helps it where we can put things in place, institutions and otherwise, so that we can have a counter for what they're doing, and it can only happen through your support. $GOCC 144 donate. Or if you don't have Cash App, go to gatheredofchrist.org. Okay, gatheredofchrist.org, and click donate. And there's options down. I'm sure one of those options, PayPal or whatever, you can use one of those, and it'll support the work chest as well. All right, hold on. And also this Sunday, we have a video from a forensic nurse by the name of Rachel Seller, an RN, who explains the connection between the vaccines and GMO. How they have white papers and also medical journals to give you the real reason behind vaccines. But of course, that's something we can't play here, but we'll have that this Sunday in the Academy for those who are in it. And I'm going to make sure we have her. We're going to try to invite her on as a guest in the next Academy. If we can't get her on, we're going to play more of her videos or whatever, because certain things we can't play here on YouTube. So hold tight, and let's bring in the calls. 1 second.
Will go live in 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. Blog Talk Radio.
All right, we're live. Let me add these calls. Okay. All right, I have both the elders on. They're coming right on. Please put your call on mute, elders, as you come in. And let's open up the lines. Let's open up the lines. A great broadcast, a good discussion tonight. We have you here on. Okay. Let's go through the calls. 917 area code, then 469. Please make sure that we're not playing in the background. When you hear your area code called, please make sure we're not playing in the background. It's bad for radio, okay? 917 area code, you're live on Blog Talk.
Shalom, Elder.
Shalom, how are you?
I'm good. This is Sister Rebecca.
Hi. Bless you. The floor is yours.
Hello. So I'm just calling because just to give like my perspective on what's going on, especially being 21, the same age as Lil Nas X. And personally, when I first I didn't see the video, but when I seen like the promotion of it, it really like blew me away, only because I have seen things from like, you know, the big stars now, Cardi B, Megan Thee Stallion, all those like artists, but it never really like shook me. I'm like, oh, you know, that's what they're going to be doing in the industry. But when he came out with this video, it really like, you know, almost brought me to tears, because recently I just been experiencing or even hearing testimonies, people that's in the church, associated with the church, or even outside in the world that are young and is going through a lot of spiritual struggles and battles. And me being 21 And being a teenager at once, I know what it's like to struggle with that, you know. And I just wanted to come out here and say to like those young teenagers, even if you're 21 and younger, or even a little bit older, just to make sure like you find your love in the Most High, and you know, cling onto the Most High word now, because you don't want to be my age or even a little bit older, and then trying to, you know, pick up from your mistakes because you want to, you know, party or get into whatever the world has for you. Because honestly, the world has nothing for you. Honestly, it does not. And I'm speaking that for experience, because I used to dance and stuff like that, and even getting a little taste of like the dancing world, especially in the hip hop world, is really nothing for you. So I just wanted to come on here and say it, because it does get a little bit emotional seeing at least my generation, you know, entertaining like these artists. So yeah.
Hey, Sister Rebecca, I mean, you're a gifted dancer, gifted in those arts of dancing, and to see you dance for the Most High and the praise dancing this last Sunday and at the Passover, every time I see you so much grace. And Elder Gabar, I know you're proud of your daughter. I can't hear you, Gabar. Is it on mute?
Yeah. You know, so yeah, I'm very proud of my daughter. You know, I told my daughter, you know, I'm your dad. I'll be your friend after you get married. You got kids. We can hang out. No judgment, because I already raised you. You're responsible for yourself. But you know, well, I'm always, you know, on alert. But you know, I'm very proud of my daughter. She's been raised well by her, and you know, her mother and myself. So I'm very proud. I'm just lucky. Oh, praise to the Most High God.
You're blessed that to have a daughter, a perfect example, raise up a child the way they would go, and when they're of age, they should not depart from it. Listen to the wisdom in her voice for the age of 21. And I know there's a lot of trials and tribulations, because all of our children, they go through that rebellious, crazy period, and it happens.
Yeah.
But the fact that it's instilled in them, it always brings them back. It always turns them back.
Mm-hmm.
And yes, Sister Rebecca, I mean, what can I say? Bless you, sister. All right. Let me play the, I mean, man. Woo, it ain't over, see? It's building that legacy. It doesn't take money. It takes investing spiritual time. Great call. And she says she feel for this generation, you know, and you know what? With that spirit, she's going to help many in her age demographic. She's already doing it. Right? 469 area code. 469 area code. And yes, people ask about Gaja. Don't worry about it. Gaja in Jamaica. I'm going to be bringing them on soon just to say hello to the people. Everything is all good. Gaja's fine. All right. 469 area code. What a great call. 469 area code.
Hey, Shalom, Elder.
Shalom.
It's Ramar. How you elders doing this evening?
Hey, Elder. How are you?
I'm doing well. I was listening to the broadcast, and I had to call in. This is definitely a very timely broadcast, so I had to call in and chime in a little bit on the topic.
Shalom.
Yes, sir. So, you know, this is something that, you know, has been ongoing for a while, but you look at hip hop has become the new heavy metal. You know, growing up in the 80s, the hip hop, you know, when hip hop really first started, during that time you also had heavy metal. And there was a clear distinction between heavy metal or hard rock and hip hop. You know, heavy metal, you know, it was clear they were, you know, dealing with Satanism. They were, you know, worshiping the devil. They had the tattoos. There's all type of demonic lyrics and stuff going on. And, you know, hip hop, we had our culture. It was more political. You know, it was a message to the music. Well, when you look in 1970, you had Aerosmith that had this song called Walk This Way. 1977 was when Aerosmith dropped that track. Now, in 1980, let me get the date here. 1986, Run DMC then took that song and collaborated with Aerosmith and made like a remix or a rendition to that song. And it was really the first mainstream rap song that you just remember, you know, being played on MTV. You know, really rap wasn't mainstream at that point, but that was kind of like the groundbreaker to break rap in the mainstream. Now, check out the name of Run DMC's album where they collaborated with Aerosmith. The name of their album, if you remember, Elder, it was titled Raising Hell.
That's right.
Raising Hell. So, so as you start going through the time of hip hop and rap, you see, okay, the death of Tupac and Biggie. And then no sooner than that happened, you see Jay-Z come out and start to gain his prominence. And then he has a Aleister Crowley quote on his shirt, "Do as thou wilt." So then you start to see now this darkness start to really come into hip hop up until present time, to where now, you know, it's just fully embedded throughout the culture. And, you know, going into the tattoos, you know, back in the days, you know, you didn't really see during that time of hip hop our people wearing tattoos like that. I mean, it started to kind of slowly come in, but we weren't really wearing tattoos like that. And then now, not only do you see these rap artists totally tattooed out, but they have tattoos all over their face. Just looking just straight demonic. So now the way that the heavy metal and hard rock artists were looking back in the 70s and 80s, now hip hop has taken on that form now in this present modern age, because they knew they couldn't push that message through heavy metal, because, you know, only white people were listening to that music back then. We weren't listening to heavy metal. We were listening to R&B, hip hop, but they knew that hip hop, because black culture is so influential, that in order for them to really push that Luciferianism that, you know, Albert Pike spoke about, bringing Lucifer to the forefront, they needed a vehicle like hip hop that was, you know, our music to really push it, because the world would be totally influenced by that. So today you have this music that a lot of people are, you know, coining the phrase mumble rap, right? Because it's just a bunch of mumbling. It's a bunch of mumble jumble. You can't even understand what they're saying. But when you get past that, you see that it's a bunch of demonic chanting, a bunch of demonic chanting. And when you pick, you know, it's just, there's no message in the music. So you remember growing up, we also had R&B. Well, who are the modern day R&B artists now? There are no new R&B artists right now. It's all hip hop. You know, auto-tune, just a bunch of mumbling. And you remember, even back in the 80s and 90s, our sisters weren't even listening to hip hop. They were listening to R&B. They, you know, every now and then there'd be some hip hop artists they would listen to, but they were mainly listening to R&B.
Yeah.
You fast forward to today, there's no R&B, so all the women are just mumble rapping and chanting, and there's no R&B. They had to get rid of R&B because that was love in the music. So they had to get rid of the black love out of the music, and bring in this new culture for us to embrace this, led us down this path. And you look at the artist, Lil Uzi Vert, which is a play on of Lucifer, Tekashi 6ix9ine, Triple X Sensation, all these artists, and it's just, you can just clearly see that what was going on in the 70s and 80s with heavy metal has now become the new hip hop. And that was just what I wanted to chime in and just how they were able to bridge the gap between heavy metal and hip hop with Aerosmith and Run DMC, and that was really the beginning of that merger.
Well, it's deep that you're breaking that down, Ramar, because on the screen, right? On the screen, I have, a lot of people don't know this, an original picture that even back then, when I had my little deal, we understood that MTV, here's the original building in Canada, Mason Temple. It's actually a temple to Satan, and this is how MTV was created. And it was a lot of black artists looking to break through, because MTV was only promoting satanic agendas. So in order for Run DMC to break through, he had to comply with the MTV rules. That's what made rap go mainstream. Michael Jackson, he was upset that he wasn't being played next to the white artists who were actually being promoted through Masonic Temple TV. So he broke ties with his God under the Jehovah Witnesses, did Thriller, and the next thing you know, he's doing Dirty Diana with pop, heavy metal. Come on, with the wind blowing and Satan. Come on, Dirty Diana. Yeah, man. A lot of people didn't know that MTV stands for Masonic Mason TV. Here's the original temple. And guess what? I seen this temple when I was, 19 years old? 19 years old. I went, people don't even know that's MTV. This is what introduced Satan into our urban areas. Man, great points, man. You know what? We're going to do this while I got the elders on the line, because we have a lot of work to do. We're going to end up doing a 24-hour truth-a-thon, just us, where we just rotate hours, go to sleep, come back, dealing with music, truth, breaking down everything in a 24-hour so we can raise what we need for what's to come. Where we're bringing in information like this, drop in truth, in between, music in between, showing all the different artists that the Most High have brought out organically, just through this truth. 24 hours, just bringing straight truth, and it's coming. And y'all gonna have to work with me. I have to go to sleep a few hours and come back, but it's gonna be just, I'm already thinking about it. It's going to be groundbreaking.
Let's do it.
Huh?
Let's do it, Elder. Let's do it. I'm ready. I'm game. Get some coffee.
Yeah, exactly. You take a shift. Lawyer take a shift. I step in with you. Ramar take a shift. We bring the elders, deacons in. Bring sisters in, and man, we go 24 hours. Gathering of Christ Church, bringing the foot on Satan's neck. It's going to be nice. So we waiting for that. All right. Thank you, Elder Ramar. Ramar, if you like to stay on, or you can come on at any time, just let me know and I'll just bring you on, okay?
Okay, just one last point, Elder.
Go on.
So my question is now, with all of this that we talked about tonight, where are the black pastors? Where is your TD Jakes, your Creflo Dollar coming out and rebuking and condemning this type of thing coming out of our culture? You don't see that. It's pretty much unless it's a forum like this, it's pretty much silent. So I'm just giving all praise to the Most High that at least in these last days you have the Gathering of Christ Church, one of a handful of those that are out there shining a light for those who are looking for light in this darkness so they don't get consumed, by these nihilists. So with that, I yield. Bless you, elders, and brothers and sisters out there. Shalom.
Thank you, brother. You brought some good points. I mean, all y'all, just getting y'all together. It's just, boy, I know Satan is mad. He's getting uppercuts, left hooks. He thought he had something with that coming down on the pole, but guess what? They got that video, but guess what? Our God, through Christ, will bind him in hell. And anybody that want to swing down on a pole to him will be bound with him. All right, let's go. What we have next here? All right, got a few more. All right, boom, boom, boom. Sunshine, there you go. Sunshine's in the house.
Hello.
Shalom.
Hello. Hi, elders. Hi.
Hi.
Shalom. Hi, elders.
We're blessed.
Hi. Oh, shalom. Blessed by the best, and his name is AHAYAH. Praise the Most High. Shalom.
All right.
Hi, elders. Oh, elders, this is unbelievable. I mean, this starting how they reported this on Lil Nas X is like the epitome of wishy-washy and lukewarm, because the sister said she personally doesn't prefer seeing scenes of the devil in videos, but within seconds she says the opposite, that Lil Nas X is showing like artistic expression, which is ritualistic, we know that, and that he should be allowed to do this, and she indeed likes that he's standing up for himself for the so-called taking back of power. So the two are reporting on him are are operating in a double tongue. It's like either they're hot or they're cold, you know, or they're spewed out, because it's either that Satan makes the sister sick or uncomfortable, or she embraces him. So it's like Elder Gabar was saying, where is the line in the sand? And it's just like you were saying, that Satan has come from behind the veil, and he's no longer operating in the same way of subtlety as before. All sin has become brazen. He is truly claiming what he feels is his world and proclaiming it to the whole world and the saints of the Most High, that we are rendered powerless. And essentially Satan is kind of showing off, but in vain, because the word says he will seek to wear out the saints of the Most High. And whether he tries to wear us out through like displays like with the Nas video, or by stealing and enticing our children into the sickness and foolishness of glorifying hell as some big party that they want us to join, they'll do everything that Pike said to get our kids. And with the Coke 45 jab, like you were saying, on the loose, constantly moving, many are subdued in the spirit based on what that thing is doing, and will be receptive to this new satanic order. So if people can, you know, in droves offer themselves up in their bodies to every media whim, what would they do, you know, for their children with this coming legalized pedophilia? It all has been done before, like from way before, when we've been in bondage, where our children were killed and offered up by the nations or our own people. And even now with the school systems, the internet, and all the media bombardment, and then the worst is just the abuse and discarding of, and all that they're staking claim to the children of the poor. And Satan wants to be like the Most High. That's what he said. He wants to sit on the throne, be like this above the stars of heaven. And so he is like the biggest replacement theologist and the biggest counterfeit. So he will never be like the Most High. He will never have charge over the righteous saints of the Most High, as shown with Christ on the Mount. And he will never be able to have any plan or any people or anything that is not as counterfeit as him, because we know that the fool says in his heart that there is no God, and the saints of the Most High have the Most High, the most powerful God of all, the God of all gods. And as Christ said, if they could, they would think that they could deceive the very elect, but they can't deceive or take any out of Christ's hand. None of Christ are lost by the grace of the Most High.
Thank you, Sunshine.
So that's all I wanted to say. Praise the Most High, elders. Praise the Most High.
Thank you.
Oh, bless you. Praise.
Give it to Sunshine. And one thing she highlighted, I'm glad she said that, beyond any shadow of a doubt, what's being shown here, who is the actual God of that community? It's no longer a secret. The God of that community. They're letting you know right now. They're trying to come off and play on what? Impressionable, naive Christians to say, well, I'm an atheist. I really don't believe. Who know whether or not the Bible is true? Who wrote the Bible? Those are man words. They'll say that knowing that Satan exists. Well, guess what? Where did he come from? Satan couldn't exist unless you knew God made him. You're in rebellion. So if anything, they're saying outright before everyone, this is the God of our community, and our God is against your God, and we're looking to oppress and to destroy all those who believe in Christ, believe in this Bible. And right now we're winning, because through this campaign, we are initiating and converting your children. See how we brought that around full circle? Huh? Hey, you know I could bring that thing right back around. The satanic attack on our children. All right, let's go to the next call. So they're saying right out, they try to play it off as if, who knows whether or not Christ is real or God of the Bible. But no, right now, this is a direct attack against believers and the Bible and the God who made us all. Because you should have seen, I couldn't play it. You should have seen the look on that guy's face when he was giving his explanation to protect Nas in his artistic expression. That white guy. You know what I mean? With a lot of sugar happening. And you should have seen, I couldn't show it, but this guy was just, he was just he was just soaked and some level of resolve. He was like, oh my, he says, Nas, his expression and his artistic, this dude is lap dancing on Satan's lap, and this guy is telling everyone that, you know, he just respect his bold courage to stand up against other religions but I mean, are you kidding me? Folks, they're saying it right out. Satan have always been our God, and we're coming after your children. 757 area code.
Babe. Shalom.
Shalom, you're live. Did your wife put you on it? Did your wife put you on and tell you to hold the phone till she get on it?
Yeah, she's here. Hey, baby, come on, baby. Yeah, this is Charles from the. Yeah, this is Charles from the Virginia body.
All right, come on, talk to us, Charles. Both of you come on.
Yeah,
come on.
It's kind of crazy because we done been through. I'm an '80s baby, and I've been following y'all for about a good 8 months, and I attend the GOCC Virginia body.
Oh, okay,
and
great.
I'm waiting to get baptized. I got a couple of notes here, but how you say this? Oh man. The thing is, but I'm gonna tell you this little story, right? This little short story. There was a gay guy that I was in jail for like a couple months before, right? It was this gay guy, flaming gay black guy, right? Came in there, you could tell everything up and down. Didn't nobody mess with him because he was himself, and he wasn't trying to go ahead and press nothing upon nobody. He kept his distance, and he did his little own thing and respect how you move around in jail. There was another guy that placed letters, unknown, placed letters on people's bed just to cause confusion. And I guess the big gang members in there that held the spot down, and make sure everybody don't stay in order. They sent out spies to go see who did that. By him doing that, they showed that man who he was. They was placing those letters on his bed, and he showed masculinity and defending himself, seeking justice within himself. But the whole thing is that I'm trying to say is that there's people that will use those people that being used in that way, being gay and whatever in that situation, and take advantage of their way that they are. I see that way in Little Nas X. It's the people that's put in power that use them as a prop to cause confusion.
Oh, okay.
But all in all, he showed his masculinity at the end of the day. How to operate in this world. In this world, you don't operate that way. You still gonna have to be a man that you are, to seek justice for whatever that's been done wrong to you. You know what I mean? So that right there is kind of like I can relate to. Also too, it's crazy because I've been doing gospel rap and never did any other type of rap since I was like 15. And it's kind of it's nothing but a spirit that you spoke about, the 24-hour thing. And that's amazing. I think that's amazing. I think I reached out to you through another brother back in November, and I was seeing how to be baptized and everything, which is I'm in classes right now and I'm almost finished. All praise to the Most High. And yeah, I'm on the road. I got a little YouTube page. It's called Charles of God. I'm finally getting my talents. I'm doing my talents. I'm gonna have time for my talents here. I God restored my marriage. I was drug and alcohol free for about like 5 months now. I wasn't really out there like that, but just to get those things out the way, it just feels so good. I got my children. I got full custody of my first 2 children. Everything is being where I wanted it to be. Just like you spoke of, it's about the family. About the family is a direct image of the Most High Godhead.
Praise the Most High.
It just makes so much sense to me now.
Yeah.
And it's amazing. It is amazing. I can't believe what was in front of me this whole entire time.
Well, thank you, brother. I'm going to place you on hold. I'm going to see you when I get down there, man. I want to meet you, all right? I'm going to place you on hold.
All praises.
And yes, We're going to have a brand new place over in the DC area. So get ready for that. We're going to have brand new places that I spoke to Fernell the other day. We're working on it now from Jacksonville, Orlando, even to the areas where Fernell is, all through Florida. There's a lot going on this year for the Gathering of Christ Church. So I'm going to be busy, and it's time to get our people together, and y'all can look forward to that. In Florida, we coming, baby. Oh yeah. So all these other remote areas will be there. Okay, so just hold tight. And I like the brother's perspective when he says, listen, of course, he's been through a few things in his life, but at the end of it, he found happiness when he realized that, okay, sometimes when you be away, you can take certain things for granted. What you can't pay for, family. That's the family business. So a lot of people think, and I'm going to go into this in the academy. A lot of people think it's about going out there I'm taking care of my house and all that by financially taking care of the house. Well, no. Guess what? Marriages were together. And we were better as a people, as far as family-wise, in slavery. Okay, when it comes to morality and sticking together and being of the image of God, it wasn't about being out there. It doesn't matter how much money we had love and the unity of family. Okay, that's what we had. And sometimes people think that, listen, if you go out there and you just selfish and you're of the world and think you're taking care of things at home, you have to realize when you're operating like that, any of us, it's a trade-off. What we getting out there, what are we trading off here? Okay, but I digress. Let's go down the line. I only have a few more calls to take. 720 area code. I'm going to take as many as I can. And we're coming up on the hour. But yes, I'm going to be working on our Truth-a-thon soon. So hold tight for that. I want to see you all in the academy. historytimes.org. Get in. The academy, we're only in week 12. So this academy is about to end and we're rolling right into the new one. 720 area code. You're live.
Hello?
Yeah, you're live with the Gathering of Christ Church. How are you?
Shalom, Elder. My name
Shalom.
is Lakeisha. I'm from the Colorado Body. I'm sorry.
How are you?
I'm okay. I've been trying to get online for a long time, a little nervous, but
Okay.
I have a son who is 18 now, but my son is gay. And I can, when you said that something got into that young man, because I didn't see the video, but I heard about the story. I showed it to my husband, and it kind of touched me because my son's father, messed with him when he was a child. So, he was looking for love from his father, but I'm the one who accepted him. So he always tried to be like me and always let him know, that's it's not right, it's not biblical. Anything that, is opposite of the Most High is Satan, This is his playground. And it's kind of hard to get to him, but I just wanted to share that with you. He does watch the videos with us. We do Sabbath day study at home and watch GOCC videos whenever he is around. He doesn't like to be around as much because I don't like, what he does, not just his lifestyle. It's just what comes with the lifestyle, the men he's meeting, the websites that he goes on. It breaks my heart.
Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that. Let me ask you something, not to get too intrusive here. How old are you?
I'm 43. I'll be 44 next month.
Okay, all right. Let me ask you, because I know people probably want to ask this question or get some answers, because not too many people, the majority of people in our community hide this, and I can understand why. But let me ask you this without being too invasive, right? Was there anything when you met his father that tipped you off that something could be up with him?
No, not at all. And that's what when my son told me that his father touched him, it broke my heart. And I'm like, I started blaming myself. Like, did I miss any signs or anything? Because I have an older son too.
Okay.
My son is my oldest son is 26. So my oldest son said he never came at him like that. But his dad didn't really like dealing with his son because our son looks like me more than he looks like him, and he would give our daughter more attention than my son. So my son was seeking love from his father.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that, sister. I don't go too far in
all that, but he denied it. He didn't want his father to go to jail. He protected his father. So.
Yeah, let me tell you, and that's another thing. I'm sorry to hear that. I'm glad that was courageous. You actually sharing your story, because believe it or not, when it comes to those communities and all that, they try to hide this component. They try to say that you're born this way without letting people know that something happens. And usually we can if we talk about it, we could talk about it and put it out there. Maybe it will help others see signs so that we could protect our children earlier. And that's what this program is about. But it's obvious that, people are more open with it now. But it's obvious that, obviously that's a gay man.
Yeah, it's heartbreaking.
Now, listen what I'm saying.
It's heartbreaking.
What I'm saying. Have you ever thought that, I'm going to just say that, okay, even though I didn't see the signs, it's very possible that he was a gay man?
Yeah, later on in life, after, I found out that he did that to my son, later on in life, me and my husband, we moved down to the same city that he lived, and his girlfriend started giving me all kinds of details, and I was like, you're the reason why my son is the way he is. He transgender men dressed as women, his father. So, yeah.
Okay.
That's why my son is the way he is.
Well, sister, listen.
My heart.
We can't understand. We can't change it. And don't come hard on yourself when it comes to that. Don't come down on yourself, because there's nothing you could have known. If you'd have known, you'd have protected your son. The only thing you can now do.
I would have
ran. Yeah. But we cleanse ourselves from the past, and we pray that the Most High place a hedge over our children. And you know what? It's not over for your son. Okay? It's not over for your son. All right? What you have to do, and sometimes what mothers do without knowing it, because they feel at fault for it, they also, through that, allow certain activities, saying, well, it wasn't his fault, so I'm going to protect him. We can only protect that behavior we can to a degree. And I don't want to go too far in it, but what I'm saying is, understand this uncomfortable scenario you're under, but Christ covers it. He covers all sin. It's not your fault. You have to pray, ask the Most High to hedge to open, to open up your son. Listen. Open up your son's heart to receive Christ, because whatever spirit is, there's not a spirit in earth that Christ cannot overcome. So don't give up on him. You understand? You have to set boundaries and set rules.
I'm here.
Yeah. So you have to set rules.
I've had a lot of brothers and sisters that told me to kick him out, leave him alone, but I'm like, I've been through a lot of life, and Christ did not give up on me. And I've been through a lot.
I can understand it, but
I had a drug problem for 3 years. So,
well, sister,
and that was 14 years ago.
Well, sister, that goes into a whole nother vibe. But what I'm saying, because we're going to have more shows on this, and we can discuss that, because all of that could play into it also. But in a nutshell, sister, you have to set bounds. You have to first get yourself together and understand what the laws of God's are, the law of the Most High, the Almighty, the God of Israel is, and follow those, and help your son understand the boundaries according to God, and stand with it and say, well, listen, None of us can change our choices, but when you come into this house, this is how we're going to be. And whether or not, how far this relationship goes as far as us growing close to the Most High, will be based on whether or not you're able to operate within these parameters. Sin will not be allowed in my home. Okay, I can love you, but I'm not going to love the demons and activity that you know comes with some of the behavior. So some choices have to be made. What you do is out there, but when you come in here, here's the rules. And set the rules according to the Bible. I'm going to place you on hold, sister, and thank you for your courage in expressing what happened. So and a prayer goes out to you for your family. All right. Okay, we're digressing down. Only got a few more minutes left. Let me go here, the 612 area code. 612 area code.
Shalom, Elder.
Shalom, you're live.
In regards to the Nas X, I have two things I want information. Well, one thing I want information on, and one I have something to say. Nas X, something had to have happened to him for him to turn this way, and it had to be something traumatic because nobody just up jumps and says, "Oh, I want to be gay." No matter what people say, "Oh, I was born this way." Okay, there is some kind of gene in you that maybe not have developed, but nobody just up jumps all of a sudden and say, "I want to be gay" after living a straight lifestyle from a young boy. Now, also, he is saying that he is influencing these children. You know, he's saying that the kids have been watching him on Sesame Street. They have been watching him ever since he's done this Old Town Road song. And he said, well, it's your parents' fault. You let your kids watch me, so now they're watching me. Now all of a sudden it's a problem. And he's also going on to say that how he wants to have sex with friends, nephews, and he wants to defecate on them.
Okay, listen.
All of this is not okay.
Sister, I don't want to go too far into it. Ain't this is not specifically about the actions that Nas X want to take, and I want to go through that. What we're talking about more so is how to protect our children from becoming that. Obviously, there was an absent parent or parents that allowed Satan to literally get him. So I'd rather stay there.
Yes.
But go on.
Okay. Well, this is another thing that I wanted to get into. I have grandchildren. From the time they were young and able to understand, this is my son's children, I have been teaching them different things to stay away from, and stuff like this is part of what I was telling them to stay away from. So now they are will be 15 and 16 years old, and even the ones under them are watching what the older siblings watch, and so now they are teaching the younger siblings this is not what to do and how to do things.
Where's the man? I
give all praises to the Most High for that.
Where's the man?
My son is also there. My son also teaches them things. Okay. My son also teaches it, and I've taught my son as well.
No, I'm asking you, sister. When you sister, I don't know if you can hear me. Where is the man? Where is the man? Where is the man?
My son is in their life. He's with them.
Okay.
My son is with them.
Okay, great.
That's what I'm saying. My son teaches them as well, but I just do for reinforcements as grandmother.
I'm sorry, your grandmother. I'm sorry about that. I had to get an ink pen. Well, thank you, sister.
Grandma.
Well, okay. So, well, great.
So, it takes more than just one person to, a family to raise your child, because you have to have eyes to make sure you keep your child on track. But you can't just have any set of eyes on your child, because there's people that will do good for them and there's people that will turn them that way. And I'd rather have a positive enforcement with my children. And I call them my children because they're my son's children. They're mine.
Well, thank you, sister. Great points. And that's the way you do it. Be on top of it. It take a village. It take a village to raise them,
and another thing I want, yes, sir. Now, another thing I want to know, I'm out of Minnesota. I'm trying to get in contact with a body here so I can go under the water.
Do me a favor. Get her information here. Let me write it. Let me get your name.
My name is Bonnie.
Bonnie, how are you? All right, let's see. Okay, I have your number starting with 312. I'll give your information.
612.
612, yeah. I'm gonna give you information. Elder Yarack, he'll contact you. And you, what area you in?
I am in Minnesota.
Minnesota.
But I'm in the suburbs. I'm in the country part of Minnesota. So okay. I'm like an hour and a half outside of the cities.
Okay, we got you. And we're going to contact you because we have a church there soon. So don't worry about it. We're going to call you, Bonnie. Thank you for the call, all right?
Yeah, this Elder Gabar.
Right.
Yeah,
and also, I am in the academy.
Okay, go.
I'm in the academy. The academy is excellent for anybody coming in. It is well worth it. It is very informative. It will open your eyes to a lot of things. I highly recommend it.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. It's a can't miss. I mean, the information is second to none, and I'm gonna tell you, a lot of research we dubbed into. Elder Gabar, I'm gonna place you on hold.
And you can tell.
Yeah. So I'm gonna place you on hold and thank you. And we have
your life really does depend on learning this truth.
Well, thank you, sister. And you're absolutely correct. Gabar, you wanted to say something about to the sister?
Yeah, yes. I'm overseeing Minneapolis, Minnesota, so you can send me the information.
Okay, yeah, you are over Minnesota. Let me put it in here. Elder Gabar. Tell me if you can see your number here. Let's see. Hold on. Yeah. Hey, that's another soul for Christ, right? All right, let's see. I'm going to type it in here. Tell me if you can see that.
Yep.
Can you see it in the chat?
I got it.
My man. Bonnie, okay?
Bonnie, okay.
So, and my question real quick, and we're going to put this out there. What is the responsibility of the church in all this? Like Elder Gabar was saying, you would think that all this pushback against God, there would be what we would call a Christ parade. You got all these pride parades and this parade. When are all the Christians and those who believe in Christ and God will come together and say, you know what? We're going to march in solidarity against Satan, against evil for Christ. Where's that march? Just a question. You would think that Christians would unite and say, yo, Satan is picking us off. We're being picked off. One church at a time. One congregation at a time. It's time for those who really believe in the church to get on the right side of Christ and join together and have a Christ pride march. Doesn't matter what color you are. Where's that parade? I wonder what would happen. Would you be determined a hater if you had that particular parade? Where if you were marching for Christ, okay, the real Christ, the Christ of the Bible, the Christ that's coming down to take down. Where is that march? Man, let me tell you that I see we can go 24 hours one of these days. I'm just getting loose right now. I'm ready to go. I'm ready to grab these scriptures, but time is up. One more call and wish you all Godspeed, and we'll give the elders the last word. 202 area code. Last call. Shalom. 202. Okay, no 202. You're out. Okay, going once, going twice. Someone else is going to take your place. Let's see. One more call. Where are you? 831 area code. Shalom.
Hello?
You're live. You are the last call for this evening. Shalom.
Oh, I am so shocked I got in because I called in late.
The floor is yours.
I hear a lot about like these I'm trying to think of a nice word to say it, pedals, I guess I'll say. I don't know what other word to use. These guys, yeah, they're really hard to detect, because I do see a lot of videos about people who actually catch these guys. There's people out there, they create an account online, and they pretend to be young girls, and they let these guys message them, and then they let them message them, and then they talk to them on the phone with like a pretend voice of a child. And the stuff you hear they talk about, they groom the child, they talk about cartoons and stuff like that, and it's crazy because you can never tell. Nobody can never tell. But
what can we do to protect
some signs?
What can we do to protect our children from them? We know they exist, but it seems as if they, it seem like in our community, they're becoming ever victorious with no pushback.
Yeah,
what can we do?
Yeah, there's a lot of them.
So
I'm amazed by just.
There's a lot of us. There's a lot of us. What are we going to do?
Yeah. Well, bringing back the family is a big thing, because that's one of the reasons why I had talked to my husband, and we worked to make sure I could stay home with the child so that I'm watching, because I did hear a lot about that growing up, and it stuck with me. My mom informed me about it a lot as I grew up.
Good.
And I was like, yeah, I don't want that to happen to my child, so I decided I'm going to stay home, and we're not going to, and so that nothing like that happens. And it's like she's going to be with me at all times. No one's going to watch her. And so, whatever life I have to live, because we live in a very small house, and I don't care as long as she's at home with me, and I'm at home. I don't care. So,
Good.
Yeah, that's.
Well, sister,
there is something I did pick up as a sign about these people is they like to be around children a lot. They act like children. They like mentally children who can't take accountability. They like to be around children a lot. I picked up that about them. But pretty much just keep your kids off these. Watch the phone, Instagram. Be careful with the phones and stuff like that. Pretty much they're going to get the kids whose parents aren't watching, keeping a close eye on them and letting them have too much freedom. Kept to themselves.
Yeah.
That's what I picked up from watching these things.
You're right. They're usually in areas or they're in occupations that give them access to children, beyond any shadow of a doubt. But they're predators. They know when there's not a man around. Okay, they go into mentorship. They go into all these areas of, I'm here to help the underprivileged. So all in all, it's time for us to unite against them, pray against them, and make a fortified front. It doesn't matter how small, to make our children aware of the judgment that comes with that unrepented choice. Okay? It's time to protect our children. If the church won't do it, that's okay. It starts one family at a time, one house at a time. And we're going to be going into more of this in the academy when we drop. That's right. The family. Okay? We're going to break down the family. Can family survive Sodom and Gomorrah? How? If so, how? Taking care of the family business first. Not going out to do business out there and thinking you're bringing money in here. It doesn't work that way. You have to be a daily influence every day, face to face, in their presence, with the laws, statutes, and commandments of God, the Bible. Elder Gabar, Elder Lawyer, any last words?
No, sir. I'm good here.
Okay, so you know what it is. Anything else, Elder Gabar?
I think you cover mostly everything. I think we have to just, discussion. I think we have to start having gay, straight, white, black, male, female. What, as a society, morally, we're going to draw that line. There's moral. Is morality is only a biblical thing, or do we people need to have a conversation on what is morality to an atheist, to a gay, to a Gnostic, or what have you? Because it looks like there's no line anymore, and I think the only ones they're holding the line are people that are holding the Bible. So a discussion we may have to have with atheists and gays and non-believers. Do you have any morals, and what is your moral? Maybe they always been screaming about we don't need the Bible for morality. Well, I'm trying to figure out your morality without the Bible. So
exactly.
I think we have to have a conversation about that in the future.
Yeah, and so we can coexist and respect one another. We have to know where the lines are. When am I violating your space? And by the same token, you have to know when you're violating ours. So we're going to have that discussion, Elder Gabar. Y'all did a great job. I mean, the information tonight was second to none. This concludes our broadcast. I'm going to let go the lines right now, elders, and you have a great night. And you're in my prayers. And may the Most High be with you. Godspeed. All right.
Bless you, Elder.
Bless you.
All right. Shalom.
Shalom, elders. All right. There we go. That ends our broadcast for this evening. And of course, we will be right back with the Sabbath lesson. And of course, it is going to be something deep this coming Sabbath. So join us at that time. But we end this with the Most High's calling back Israel. Let's get it. Whoa.
The East is where we're from. The 12 tribes of Israel. In 721 BC.
Come on.
The Assyrian king, he took us down, we fell. With a great escape we went through the Euphrates. The Lord held the water still. To a land where no mankind dwelt, we went. The 12 tribes of Israel. So we be
Manasseh, Cuba, Ephraim, Puerto Rico, Naphtali. Come on.
The Lord is calling back Israel. From Panama, the North American Indians, Simeon.
Bless you, brothers and sisters, the children of God.
Is gathering Israel. The Arabs and Africans told us.
At gunpoint.
Together our wives and children then sold us.
They sold us to Babylon.
In the belly of these great ships we traveled in fear. By the rivers of Babylon we found our brothers here. AHAYAH in Colombia. Reuben from Australia. Issachar, the Mexicans. AHAYAH's gathering Israel. The Negroes, Benjamin the West Indians, Levi, the Haitians. AHAYAH's gathering
Israel, let's come back to the Father. We'll soon see Zion. Come on. Oh, yeah. Oh, Asher in Colombia, Reuben from Australia, Issachar, the Mexicans. That's who we be. We be Judah, the
Negroes, the
West Indians, Levi, the Haitians,
the Cubans,
yeah,
from Puerto Rico, and
Valley from the house of Hawaii. The Lord is calling back Israel.
From Panama, yeah, the North American Indians, Simeon, the Dominicans,
Our highest gathering in Israel. Shalom.